Chapter 2021, Violently Beating the Imperial Prince. Chapter 2021, Violently Beating the Imperial Prince. Divine light recklessly swallowed everything and all sound disappeared. Within the surrounding space there was only a brilliant sphere of light that spread outwards at an inconceivable speed. It was like a rapidly inflating sun that possessed an incomparably terrifying might. Wherever it went, large tracts of space would be destroyed, causing horrific space storms to sweep outwards. Bang! The sphere of light radiated out for 1 trillion miles. In the deep darkness of space, this was a brilliant glow that shined with a dazzling beauty. Large sections of the nebula shattered to pieces. The center of the explosion caved in, forming a giant energy hollow. The heavenly palace that the saints had established in the Blood Cloud Galaxy, their spirit ships, their massive space fortresses, all of it was swallowed up by the divine light and blown away like flies in a storm, completely shattering to pieces. Then, they disintegrated layer after layer until all that was left behind was dust that floated in space. As for the saint martial artists, they had instantly died in the explosion. It was impossible for anyone below the Empyrean level to survive. The blinding divine light continued for over a dozen breaths of time before slowly fading away. When it was over, the entire starry space had been emptied out. Everything within 1 million miles had been cleanly swept away. The saint race's heavenly palace, their spirit ships, their fortresses, all of it vanished without a single trace left. It could be said that the saint's base within Blood Cloud Galaxy had been utterly eradicated. Coup! High Sun held his chest, limping as he stepped through space. He had suffered tremendous wounds from the energy fluctuations and numerous bones had been fractured through his body. His organs had been damaged in countless places and a bloody wound was exposed on his chest. That explosion had done astonishing damage to him. Yet, he still couldn't respond to what had just occurred. As for Dark Moon, she had been sent flying away from High Sun's shoulder during that explosion. Luckily, her figure was small and petite and the area she needed to protect was much smaller than High Sun, thus her wounds were also slightly less. Her face was blushed with a strange red color. She had clearly needed to use the power of her blood vitality to resist that explosion just now and the consumption had been incredible. Just what is this? Dark Moon looked at Fairy Blue Lotus. Blood flowed out from the corners of Fairy Blue Lotus's lips. She had completely lost her calm and her armor and long dress had been left in tatters. Even her hair bun had been scattered, making her look extremely distressed. Looking at the scene before her, the normally calm Fairy Blue Lotus lost all color from her face. She just didn't know what problem had occurred just now. Why would this happen? Fairy Blue Lotus muttered to herself. At this time, the Legion of Famine still stood in front of her. The Legion of Famine's 60,000 members had been the source of the explosion. Since they were located in the center of the array formation, it had been equal to standing in the eye of the storm, making it so that they didn't suffer any impact of the attack at all. This was also reasonable. Otherwise, the Legion of Famine's attacks would have been no different from kamikaze strikes. But at this time, Fairy Blue Lotus also saw that most of the Legion of Famine had completed their body metamorphosis. They had stimulated their famine bloodline and had used the strength of this transformation to strike out. This was the same as 180 of the weakest Empyreans, over 2,000 great world kings, and numerous peak holy lords joining together in a devastating attack. If it weren't for the fact that this attack had indiscriminately surged outwards and didn't target anyone in particular, so that she didn't come under much impact, then this attack would have turned her to dust. For this attack they actually underwent body metamorphosis. Fairy Blue Lotus hadn't issued orders to undergo body metamorphosis at all. Her original plan was to send out a probing strike to see what cards this opponent had in their hands before she considered having the Legion of Famine do so. But now, as Fairy Blue Lotus expected, this mysterious person truly did have a card in their hands, and this card caused all the courage she had to crack apart. Fairy Blue Lotus looked at Lin Ming. As their eyes met, she felt as if she had fallen into an icy lake. He can take over control of the Legion of Famine. Fairy Blue Lotus's few words left High Sun and Dark Moon dripping with a cold sweat. Take over control of the Legion of Famine? How was that even possible? The Legion of Famine was a force that was under the direct control of the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign. Besides the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign, there should be no one capable of erasing their will and directly commanding them. For instance, although Fairy Blue Lotus could order around the Legion of Famine, this was all because the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign had granted her certain military authorities. Fairy Blue Lotus commanding the Legion of Famine was no different from a mortal general commanding soldiers. Each one would have their own thoughts in the battlefield, and there might even be some soldiers that didn't listen to orders in war and tried to escape or even betray their people. But now, the Legion of Famine that was controlled by this mysterious person was clearly not in such a situation. Because at this time, the Legion of Famine had already turned towards the few people who had survived that gigantic explosion. Each of these 60,000 martial artists had blood-red eyes that were filled with killing intent. They had lost all brightness and clarity. Without a doubt, the Legion of Famine had been thoroughly controlled by this person and had lost their will. They were now nothing but puppets. If this mysterious person wanted them all to commit suicide, then they wouldn't even blink in doing so. To be able to control the Legion of Famine and also have incomparably formidable strength, just who could he be? Are you a man, or are you an abyssal? Fairy Blue Lotus coldly asked. Her question caused the hairs all over High Sun and Dark Moon to rise. They certainly knew about the existence of abyssals. But as for what the origins of the abyssals were or what their secrets were, they didn't know. All they knew was that the abyssals were mind-bogglingly powerful life forms filled with mysteries. They were also the natural enemies of all intelligent life in the 33 heavens. This knowledge left them shivering with fear. Yes, this mysterious person that came from nowhere, whether it was in terms of strength or the ability to control the Legion of Famine, everything could be explained if he were an abyssal. It was extremely likely that this mysterious person was a high-level abyssal demon who already possessed the ability to take the form of a person. Moreover, just from looking at them it was impossible to find any flaws. In the center of the 60,000-strong Legion of Famine, Lin Ming simply smirked as he heard Fairy Blue Lotus's question. Even within the densest fog, this woman was still capable of making the most reasonable judgment. This was the ability that a truly qualified commander should have. If she faced a normal opponent, then she would have been able to easily accomplish her mission. Unfortunately, her match was Lin Ming. Everything that was reasonable speculations in her eye was in truth all wrong. This was because no matter how fantastic her imagination was, she would never have thought that the man who had been killed by her master in the past would suddenly return with his strength having sharply risen and also having unsealed, fused, and controlled the soul of Famine of 3.6 billion years ago. My spear and also the black dragon, it seems none of this arouses her suspicious. Looks like Soaring Feather God King believes that I have died. Lin Ming guessed that it was the Soul Emperor who had taken action to fool Soaring Feather God King. Over 6,000 years ago, after Sheng Mai had taken away his eternal soul, Soaring Feather God King had vanished without ever appearing again. The most likely scenario was that the Soul Emperor had used his soul force and mental strength that far surpassed any other powerhouse to create illusions that faked his death. He had used unimaginable tricks of the world of consciousness to accomplish this and fool Soaring Feather God King into thinking he had died. This was because the Soul Emperor also didn't want him to be found by the Soaring Feather God King. If so, then Soaring Feather God King would see that his eternal soul had been seized and all his strength had been wasted away as a result. If this occurred, then that would arouse the suspicions of the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign. In the dark game of shadow chess that the Soul Emperor was playing, no one knew what his grand plan was. Not even Lin Ming could find any clues about it. As all these thoughts flashed through Lin Ming's mind, he suddenly sneered. With a slight movement his figure vanished. Seeing Lin Ming vanish from within the Legion of Famine, Fairy Blue Lotus, Dark Moon, and High Sun's pupils all contracted. They rapidly drew backwards, their first thought being that Lin Ming was attacking them. However, Lin Ming simply didn't appear before them. His figure teleported 10,000 miles away. Within the deep starry skies, his fist came smashing out. Pang! The void shook and shattered. With a pitiful cry, a person that was hiding in a space distortion was sent tumbling away like a dead dog. This person vomited a great mouthful of blood, his body sent rolling away like a sack thrown down from the top of a mountain. This person was Imperial Prince Shishan. Imperial Prince Shishan was still holding that mysterious black book in his hands, and his entire body was covered in blood and wounds. His plan had been to make it appear that he had been turned into dust in that giant explosion and then escape through a space distortion. Such an amateur method was easily seen through by Lin Ming. In fact, the moment after the large explosion occurred, Lin Ming had already spread out his divine sense and locked onto every survivor. He didn't find the Empyrean who should have been guarding the Blood Cloud Galaxy. It seemed that this person had already been sent away. Luckily for him, this move allowed him to escape this calamity. As for the other survivors, they were all basically standing before him. Now, Lin Ming absolutely could not have news of him being able to control the Legion of Famine be leaked outwards. Otherwise it would be difficult to implement the plan he had come up with. At the very least, the good fortune Saint Sun wouldn't dare to bring the Avatar of Famine to challenge him. Thus, Lin Ming would not allow anyone who witnessed this to escape. At this time, Imperial Prince Shishan's hair was disheveled but his eyes still gleamed with a dark and poisonous light. As a chosen pride of heaven he possessed a swollen sense of arrogance. Just when had he ever been humiliated like this? Bang! With another punch to the face, Imperial Prince Shishan was sent hurtling away, his face covered in blood. Ah! Shishan howled. His hair scattered and his mortal bodily released loud crackling sounds. He wanted to use his saint race bloodline to undergo body metamorphosis. The overwhelming majority of high-level saint martial artists were capable of undergoing body metamorphosis. This type of body metamorphosis was different from the demon body metamorphosis brought about by using the flesh and blood of famine. The saints didn't need to pay a price in order to undergo their bloodline body metamorphosis. Shishan naturally possessed this ability. You still think you can finish your body metamorphosis? Lin Ming coldly sneered and punched at Shishan's chest. This fist contained a dark and potent energy. As he struck Shishan, this energy permeated through his organs and meridians. Catcher. With Shishan's body as the center, all surrounding space caved in. Shishan started bleeding from his head and all the strength he was gathering for his body metamorphosis was scattered. Seeing this, the other three saint generals all paled. Shishan was one of the most brilliant geniuses amongst the younger generation of the saints. Although he was considered the weakest of the 5 saint generals because of his age, he wasn't much weaker. Now, beneath Lin Ming's hands, he was being played around with like putty, being pinched like dough. The disparity was just too great. Chapter 2022, Blue Lotus's Counterattack. Chapter 2022, Blue Lotus's Counterattack. Bang! With another punch, the power of divinity and demons within Lin Ming's body rumbled into Shishan through his fist. This power locked onto Shishan's blood vitality, making it so that he lost nearly all his fighting strength. Lin Ming didn't plan on killing Shishan. He still had uses for him, and this would also be the beginning of his miserable fate. As Fairy Blue Lotus, High Sun, and Dark Moon watched this occur, it seemed as if they weren't witnessing a battle between Empyrean-level powerhouses. Normally, battles between Empyreans should rend the heavens and sunder the earth, their attacks capable of destroying planets. The scenes of battle should be far-reaching and incredible. But now, the battle between Lin Ming and Imperial Prince Shishan was nothing but a flurry of fists. Lin Ming was completely beating up Shishan, just like a martial artist beating up a mortal on the city streets. The only difference was that every time Lin Ming attacked Shishan, the shockwaves of his punches were able to shatter the surrounding void. This reminded everyone just how terrifying the strength contained in every strike was. As Fairy Blue Lotus saw this, she became increasingly sure that Lin Ming was an abyssal demon. Otherwise, with Shishan's variation bloodline and mortal body intensity that belonged to the saint race, how could he possibly be beaten up to such a dilapidated state? And what scared Fairy Blue Lotus the most was that after another period of time, such a flurry of punches would fall onto her next. What do we do? Dark Moon rapidly asked. She didn't want to fall into the hands of this abyssal. Since this youth could control the Legion of Famine, then he might also come from the same lineage as Famine. As she thought of Famine's tentacles, she felt a shiver creep up her spine. If this youth that was the incarnation of an abyssal were to tie her up with those tentacles, then she would be eaten without even her bones remaining. Let's bet everything against him. Since we're going to die, then I'd rather die with honor, High Sun grit out as he looked towards Fairy Blue Lotus. Though he was a crude and simple person, he wouldn't recklessly flush onto the battlefield without a care for his life. Rather, he would follow Fairy Blue Lotus's lead, because in these past years her performance on the battlefield had won his admiration. At this time, Fairy Blue Lotus, High Sun, and Dark Moon all felt that this was a nearly hopeless situation. Not only did this opponent possess strength far surpassing their own, but he even controlled the 60,000-strong Legion of Famine. How could they possibly win in such a situation? Although High Sun looked at Fairy Blue Lotus, he actually didn't expect her to have any methods to survive this situation. Fairy Blue Lotus had slowly restored her previous calm demeanor. She quietly traced her spatial ring and said with a sound transmission, "We have a chance. There is a chance." High Sun's eyes lit up. The Legion of Famine is fierce, but the individual strength of the members is relatively poor. In order to display their greatest striking power, they have to arrange themselves in a great array. To start such an array requires several breaths of time, or even a dozen some breaths of time at the very least. In other words, we have to sneak attack him and compress all our combat strength into 10 breaths of time, or better yet 5 breaths of time. He is too strong. There is no way for us to kill him, but there is a chance that in this 5 breaths of time we can cause damage to his spiritual sea. As long as we can make him lose his mind for a short period of time and separate the Legion of Famine from his control, then I can use the Legion of Famine to kill him instead. In order to do this, everything must be perfect, and we even need luck on our side. But in truth, our actual chances might not even be equal to 10%. Fairy Blue Lotus revealed her plan, causing High Sun's heart to heat up. Even 10% is more than enough, High Sun said, fighting intent boiling over in his tone. Good. Then you only need to attack with everything you have. I will manage the rest. Everyone attack together. Fairy Blue Lotus issued an order. The 3 people assumed a triangle formation and hurtled towards Lin Ming. Whether it was High Sun, Dark Moon, or Fairy Blue Lotus, everyone was attacking with everything they had. High Sun exploded with a roar as he burnt his blood essence without hesitation. Within the Saint race, High Sun possessed the Sovereign Sun bloodline. Once he combusted his blood essence, his strength would double. At this time, his body lit up with flame totems. He emitted scorching flames as hot as the sun, appearing as a blazing war god of fire. As for Dark Moon, she took out a pair of crescent moon sickles. As she waved her sickles, she formed an icy cold lunar edge. Space quietly separated, forming broken space in the form of crescent moons that cut towards Lin Ming's neck. Between the two was Fairy Blue Lotus. She grasped a long sword and thrust out without any fancy movements at all. Compared to High Sun and Dark Moon, Fairy Blue Lotus's strike seemed simple and plain, without anything special to it at all. However, if one knew of Fairy Blue Lotus, then they would know that this final desperate attack of hers would be no trifling matter. Facing this swift and raging strike that came from 3 directions, Lin Ming didn't move at all. A loud roar ripped through the air and the black dragon beneath Lin Ming soared upwards, its spiked demon tail sweeping out. After remaining quiet for so many years, the black dragon had swallowed a massive amount of Famine's flesh and blood essence. Now that it erupted with this strength, even a planet would be shattered. Bang! High Sun, burning with sun-like flames, brutally collided with the black dragon's tail. He emitted an earth-shaking roar. His blood began to boil over like lava and his blood vessels twisted like worms, rupturing because they were unable to withstand the burden. Even so, High Sun was slapped flying away by the black dragon's tail, its cold spikes nearly piercing clean through him. At this time, Dark Moon's twin crescent moons also slashed towards the black dragon's eyes. Although the black dragon possessed an incredibly potent mortal body, its eyes were still a weakness. As it was forced to defend, the black dragon's offensive slowed down and it used its 2 giant claws to crush apart the crescent moons. Like this, of the attacks from 3 Saint Generals, High Sun and Dark Moon were both blocked by the black dragon. And now the only one to reach Lin Ming was Fairy Blue Lotus. Fairy Blue Lotus against Lin Ming. Without a doubt, this was a matchup that had completely disproportionate levels of strength. Lin Ming grasped the black dragon spear and thrust outwards. This strike contained the momentum of the heavens and earth. For a time, it was like the power from all the billions and trillions of stars was poured into Lin Ming's spear, making its might incomparably great. No one doubted that once Fairy Blue Lotus clashed with Lin Ming's spear, the result would be that she would suffer heavy losses and spit out blood. However, Fairy Blue Lotus didn't seem to fear this at all. Her sword continued cutting towards Lin Ming. The moment that her sword came into contact with the black dragon spear, a dark light suddenly flashed out. This dark light shot straight towards Lin Ming's spiritual sea. Fairy Blue Lotus's goal was actually Lin Ming's spiritual sea. By now, Lin Ming had discovered that Fairy Blue Lotus had erupted with an incredibly powerful soul force. It was unknown what method she had used to suppress it before this so that no one else realized, but she was a martial artist who dual-cultivated essence and divine. The universe's 33 great Taos could be divided into the three main categories of essence, energy, and soul. The saints excelled in the body transformation system but were lacking when it came to the soul-forging system. But that didn't mean there couldn't be some heaven-defying genius who possessed the talent to dual-cultivated essence and divine. For instance, Divine Dream cultivated energy and divine, and Lin Ming also triple-cultivated essence, energy, and divine. So you still have such a hidden move. Do you want to wound my spiritual sea and retake the Legion of Famine? Lin Ming didn't retreat. The disparity in strength was simply too great, and he possessed no weakness in this battle. Fairy Blue Lotus's combined material and soul attack was indeed a wonderful move to sneak attack his spiritual sea, but all that occurred was that Lin Ming was left slightly surprised. This was just like two people playing chess and one player having nearly no chess pieces left. No matter how miraculous their moves were, they would still only suffer disastrous defeat. Even so, Lin Ming wasn't careless. He continued to pour his soul force into his spiritual sea, making it impregnable. Like this, even if he didn't defend against Fairy Blue Lotus's soul attack, he still wouldn't receive any wounds. But the moment that Fairy Blue Lotus's sword fell down, Lin Ming's complexion changed and he was immensely shocked. In the dazzling beam of light, Lin Ming discovered that a vague shadow was attached to the end of Fairy Blue Lotus's sword. This was a feather. He was extremely sensitive towards feathers. He would never forget that over 6,000 years ago, such a feather had nearly taken his life. Without a doubt, this feather came from Fairy Blue Lotus's master, Soaring Feather God King. The truth was that Fairy Blue Lotus never thought her combined material and soul attack would be able to accomplish anything. To start off with a physical attack and then erupt with a powerful soul attack midway, this was all done in order to distract Lin Ming and make it seem that this had been her final trump card. But the true killing move was the feather attached to the blade. As it was attached to the back of the sword and in addition to the blinding light and incredibly fast speed of attack, the average person simply wouldn't discover it. And even if they did, they would still be unable to determine what this feather was. From the beginning of the strike, to the change in move, then to the final killing strike. Fairy Blue Lotus had done everything perfectly and her attack would inevitably hit. As for Lin Ming, he instantly reacted. He erupted his energy to the limit and drew back even as he swept his spear outward. Catcher! Fairy Blue Lotus's long sword was sent flying away. With a cough, her palm cracked open and blood flowed out. In that moment she felt a wild and brutal energy break into her body. Her complexion turned dark red as blood energy swelled up within her. Lin Ming's strike wasn't mainly aimed at Fairy Blue Lotus, but the energy flows contained within the black dragon spear still wounded her. Shock flashed over Fairy Blue Lotus's expression. Although she knew that Lin Ming would be difficult to deal with, she didn't think it would be difficult to such a degree. He had instantly discovered the feather. Still, this feather had now flown in front of Lin Ming. Though it seemed slow and humble, it contained a thick killing intent. And this killing intent had locked onto Lin Ming. The feather fluttered downwards. From appearances, this feather was no different from any other feather. But as it reached within 3 feet of Lin Ming, it suddenly transformed into the phantom of a woman. This woman was Soaring Feather God King. Chapter 2023, God King Phantom. Chapter 2023, God King Phantom. After more than 6,000 years passed, Lin Ming once again encountered the person who had hunted him down in the past. At this time, the soaring feather god king in front of Lin Ming wore a layer of light gauzy clothes, a veil over her face. As she raised her hands and stepped upon the air, she seemed like a celestial maiden riding upon the surging waves. Amongst the saint race's three true divinities, she was the most low-key and mysterious one. No matter which true divinity it was, they were all characters that stood high in the clouds above the highest heavens, overlooking the common world. Not to mention the giant disparity that existed between true divinities and Empyreans, just the talent of a true divinity belonged to the class of unrivaled geniuses in the 33 heavens. At the very least they would be at the level of Emperor Sokia. With such a talent combined with the superiority of cultivation, this made it so that there were no Empyreans capable of fighting a true divinity. In their hands, a grain of sand could shatter the vault of heaven and a single feather could sunder the galaxy. And now, such a feather was floating before Lin Ming, and it had also transformed into the phantom of Soaring Feather God King. Soaring Feathers incarnation? Lin Ming's pupils shrank. This was an incarnation left behind by a true divinity. Moreover, Fairy Blue Lotus was a lower Empyrean. In addition to her talent, her strength was amongst the top echelons of Empyreans. If Soaring Feather God King left behind an incarnation, then its strength would definitely surpass the realm of a peak Empyrean, otherwise it wouldn't be of much use. In other words, if Soaring Feather God King wanted to create an incarnation that could protect the life of someone on the level of Fairy Blue Lotus, then she would need to use a great deal of her cultivation and blood vitality. Without a doubt, this feather contained Soaring Feather God King's blood essence. It was extremely precious. Lin Ming never thought that Soaring Feather God King would place such importance on this disciple of hers. At this time, Soaring Feather God King was already holding a blade of energy and slashed down at Lin Ming. Soaring Feather God King's incarnation only contained a minor part of her consciousness. At this time, her expression was calm and a strange charm flashed in her eyes. The sword pressed down like a divine mountain, seeming as if it could crush the world apart. Lin Ming felt the surrounding space immediately lock down, preventing him from avoiding. But Lin Ming never planned to defend to begin with. He wanted to see just how strong Soaring Feather God King's incarnation was. Lin Ming instantly summoned the power of the Azura blood within him. Black scales covered his body as the black dragon spear emitted a keening cry, thrusting outward. At this moment, a heretical god tree phantom appeared behind Lin Ming. Thunder and flames howled into the air, twining around the spear shaft in a vast sea of red and purple. Even if a god beast were to fall into this horrifying sea of energy, it would be reduced to ashes. However, Soaring Feather God King's expression was still indifferent. She stepped upon the sea of thunder and flames. No matter how much the thunder and flames tumbled and roiled, all it did was gently pass over Soaring Feather God King's body, unable to harm her or affect her at all, as if she were located in a completely different time and space. At this time, she truly seemed like an eternal celestial maiden that stood above the surging waves, as ethereal and elegant as flowing dust. But this scene contained a brutal killing intent, one that filled the body with unease. Soaring Feather God King's sword separated the sea of thunder and fire. The sword energy slashed straight down at Lin Ming. As Fairy Blue Lotus watched this, her heart had long since tightened. Before, she had attached the feather atop the sword in a sneak attack because only the incarnation of her master would be able to directly fight against Lin Ming. She was afraid that even her master's incarnation wouldn't be able to strike him down, but as she saw Soaring Feather God King sunder the sea of thunder and fire that Lin Ming used, hope began to light up in her heart. As Lin Ming watched this whistling sword energy, he rapidly drew backwards. His eyes shimmered with seals of the Azura laws. At the same time, the Davik Idao Palace opened from between his eyebrows. He was well aware that the power of thunder and fire wouldn't be able to damage Soaring Feather God King. It wasn't because it lacked in power, but because his opponent had reached the level of a true divinity and their attainments in the laws were incredibly high. This incomplete heretical god force was simply unable to touch Soaring Feather God King. After his testing strike failed, Lin Ming no longer held back. His pupils contracted. As he opened the Davik Idao Palace, he also opened the three lives pupils all existence to void. Within the vision field of the Davik Eye and the three lives pupils, the energy flows in soaring feather god king's incarnation become utterly clear. Lin Ming drew a yin-yang chart with his hands, causing a flow of black and gold energy to twist together. The black energy was thick with dark demonic intent, and the golden energy was like a shining sun. The two flows of energy connected. In that instant, all the laws and origin energy in the surrounding space began sweeping up towards him, as if Lin Ming's hands were the center of all laws in the universe. A massive yin-yang vortex slowly formed, like a primal chaos yin-yang diagram. But the heights of these laws had actually far surpassed the yin-yang laws. This vortex violently collided with the sword light of soaring feather god king's incarnation. Kai kai kai. Sword light shattered. On the face of soaring feather god king's incarnation, a hint of shock flashed over her features. Although this was but a wisp of one's self used to form an incarnation and was only an incomplete body of consciousness, it still possessed intelligence and thoughts, similar to a person. The vortex of divinity and demons continued forwards with unstoppable momentum, rolling over all. Soaring feather god king's incarnation protected her body with sword light, but in the end she was nothing but an incarnation, unable to summon measures capable of resisting Lin Ming. Peng. The final layer of sword light was smashed apart. The incarnation's protective astral essence shook like a ship's sail in a raging storm even as it was slowly torn apart. Lin Ming roared out loud. Behind him, the phantom of 9 stars appeared. Starlight began gathering onto his body. As he erupted with strength no weaker than the black dragon, he brutally thrust his spear through soaring feather god king's protective astral essence. Catcher. The spear penetrated the protective astral essence and then pierced through soaring feather god king's chest. The white clothes were stained red with blood, like vivid red plums falling onto a plain of white snow. Soaring feather god king's lips overflowed with blood and the sword in her hand had long since fallen away, turning into energy light before vanishing into nothing. Soaring feather god king gripped the shaft of the black dragon spear with her hands, her ghostly blue eyes looking at Lin Ming with disbelief. At this time, she was only a mere foot away from Lin Ming. Her eyes began to slowly lose their brilliance. As she gazed upon Lin Ming's face that seemed carved by a saber, his eyebrows that were as sharp as swords, and his deep and profound eyes, confusion appeared on her face. This youth seemed familiar, but in the end he was only a stranger. Peng. Soaring feather god king's body exploded into countless motes of light. These motes of light were like 20 million fireflies that flew off into the void, all of them vanishing from the world. And from the center of these motes of light, a feather floated down. Lin Ming reached out and took this feather in his hand. The strange feather was only half a foot long, as if it were the plume of a white crane. It shined with a crystalline light, and the feather was stained with a beautiful line of red blood. Although soaring feather god king's incarnation was destroyed by Lin Ming, he could still feel a powerful strength contained within it. It continued to shine with a rainbow of lights, as if it wanted to jump out from his grip. Lin Ming exerted his strength and formed numerous seals that bound the feather in layers of barriers until it could no longer move. After finishing this, Lin Ming looked up at Fairy Blue Lotus, a smile on his face. Chapter 2024, Suppressing the Chosen Prides of Heaven. Chapter 2024, Suppressing the Chosen Prides of Heaven. By this time, Fairy Blue Lotus's face had turned paper white. Her talent was extraordinary. Since her childhood she had been the direct disciple of soaring feather god king. For the last several thousands of years, she was someone that existed at the center of all environments. Never in her life had she been so ruthlessly suppressed by someone as she was today. No matter how much she racked her mind, no matter what hidden card she used, she wasn't even able to cause a single injury to her opponent. "You still want to fight?" Lin Ming calmly asked. Fairy Blue Lotus bit her lips. But, before she could think of how to deal with this situation, Lin Ming suddenly erupted with killing intent, instantly becoming the manifestation of some wild and savage animal as he rushed straight in front of her. His face was vicious as his fist came smashing down. Peng! This fist solidly crashed into Fairy Blue Lotus's stomach. Her protective astral essence burst apart and her body curved like a dried-up shrimp. In that instant, blood vessels covered her eyes as if they were nearly going to pop out of her head. She could feel Lin Ming's wild and ferocious strength recklessly galloping through her body, attacking her meridians. This severe pain caused her to shake, nearly fainting in response. After this punch, Lin Ming lifted his arm and brought his elbow pounding down onto her back. Catcher! Fairy Blue Lotus spat out a mouthful of blood. She heard her spine nearly crack in half. More of that wild energy broke into her body, causing her organs to explode all over and her condensed blood vitality to scatter. Lin Ming was ruthless in his actions. This woman was simply far too dangerous a person and had repeatedly placed him in dangerous situations. If he didn't have cards in his hands that no one could imagine, then he might have already been killed by her strategies. Facing such an opponent, Lin Ming would show no mercy at all. Whether this person chose to surrender on her own initiative or not, Lin Ming would still brutally beat her up so that she lost all ability to revolt. Of course, just as with Imperial Prince Shishan, Lin Ming kept Fairy Blue Lotus alive because she had her uses. Just from the fact that Soaring Feather God King took care of her disciple to such a degree made it so that he wouldn't kill her. This was because besides enraging Soaring Feather God King and causing her to seek vengeance, there wasn't any advantage to killing Fairy Blue Lotus. By now, Lin Ming had already guessed that Soaring Feather God King actually had no plans of wildly attacking humanity. Otherwise Empyrean Divine Dream, who had to face 2 opponents alone, likely wouldn't have been able to continue resisting as long as she had. To anger Soaring Feather God King would cause unknown consequences. In the current situation, humanity already stood upon a stormy ledge. Lin Ming didn't want to make this war even worse for humanity. After attending to Fairy Blue Lotus, then came High Sun and Dark Moon. High Sun and Dark Moon both had incredibly ugly complexions. In High Sun's eyes, Fairy Blue Lotus was a nearly omnipotent figure, but even such a figure had been savagely beaten up by this mysterious person. At the very least, Fairy Blue Lotus resembled a weak woman. As High Sun looked at his own bulging figure, his face nearly turned green with regret. Without a doubt his fate would only be more miserable. And at this time, Lin Ming had already wordlessly rushed towards High Sun and Dark Moon. For these 4 saint generals, this was absolutely the most unforgettable day of their lives. First, the trap they laid down with such effort had been resolved and used against them. Then they had been brutally beaten up by this mysterious person. Finally, they were even caged and tossed into some dark space, the mysterious person's inner world. Fairy Blue Lotus never thought that an abyssal would also possess their own world. But by now, she wasn't of the mind to study these things. Today was her complete failure. She had dragged so many people into setting up this trap, but in the end she had been the one caught. Thinking about it, it truly was laughable. Although this mysterious person hadn't killed her just yet, Fairy Blue Lotus didn't think she was lucky at all. Perhaps their fates might be even worse than death. Fairy Blue Lotus, High Sun, and Dark Moon glanced at each other within Lin Ming's inner world, despair rising in their hearts. Although their strengths couldn't be considered to be at the highest levels of the 33 heavens, they were still somewhere near the top. But in front of this mysterious person, they were as useless as babies. When Lin Ming had finished suppressing Fairy Blue Lotus, High Sun, and Dark Moon, he turned towards Shishan, planning to suppress him also. But at this time, Lin Ming discovered that in the mangled Shishan's right hand, the mysterious black book that he held was beginning to undergo changes. The eye on its cover started to emit a blood-red light. Millimeter? Lin Ming's eyes sharpened. He had already noticed this black book. The shape of the black book caused him to think of the Holy Scripture's Book of Death, but after investigating it he discovered that this wasn't the Holy Scripture but a mysterious book of unknown origin. For a time he was unable to distinguish what secrets this mysterious book held. Lin Ming planned to capture Shishan and then study this ancient book. He didn't think that the black book would present such changes all of a sudden. The blood-red light it emitted became stronger and stronger, and the eye also became increasingly bright. The blood-red light turned into faint layers of bloody fog that covered Imperial Prince Shishan. This blood fog slowly permeated into his skin, causing his body to glow with a scarlet hue. This is... Lin Ming's eyelids jumped up. He didn't know what changes the Black Book was causing in Imperial Prince Shishan. The Black Book could be healing Shishan's wounds, or it might even be controlling him. But no matter what it was, it definitely wasn't anything good. Without any further consideration, Lin Ming took the Black Dragon Spear and thrust it into Imperial Prince Shishan's chest. Puff! Blood splashed out. Imperial Prince Shishan had long since lost the ability to fight and had no strength to resist his attack at all. Lin Ming's spear avoided Imperial Prince Shishan's heart. But the destructive power of divinity and demons was poured in, causing Shishan's lungs to be utterly destroyed. Even if it was a Saint Empyrean with a formidable mortal body, if they had to withstand such a strike after being beaten up so badly, they would also be on the verge of death. Lin Ming didn't plan to give Shishan any chance to recover. No matter what changes the Black Book brought about, it would still need to use Shishan as a medium. As long as he sufficiently damaged Shishan, the book wouldn't be able to do anything at all. After Lin Ming's strike, the blood fog continued to seep into Imperial Prince Shishan's body, causing his wounds to rapidly recover. Lin Ming was startled. He reached out and directly grabbed the Black Book. After receiving the Black Book, Lin Ming could feel an evil and dark aura exuding from it. The bloody eye on its cover seemed to be staring at him. Then, Lin Ming also saw the earthworm-like writings on the Black Book's surface. He was surprised to see this writing. Lin Ming could boast to understand many ancient writing systems. This was because he had gone into many mystic realms, read through many ancient texts, and had also read through and absorbed the memories of many people. But he had never seen such writings before. At this time, the Black Book suddenly released a burst of strength and nearly freed itself from Lin Ming's grasp. Lin Ming glowered and his mind chilled. The power of divinity and demons surged within him. One hand started to shine with divine light and the other hand glowed with demonic energies as he used a bit of effort to seal away the Black Book. But at this time, a great deal of blood-red mist had already submerged into Imperial Prince Shishan's body. As this blood-red mist caused Shishan's body to regenerate, it also caused his aura to take on strange characteristics. At this time, Lin Ming's complexion became much more earnest. It seemed that even the power of divinity and demons wasn't enough to thoroughly seal away this Black Book. Lin Ming frowned. He turned his hands and the magic cube space opened. The Black Book was placed into the magic cube space. The magic cube was a cosmic divine tool of the highest order. Its space was also separate from the world. Without his own thoughts, there was nothing that could pass through this space. As the Black Book was thrown into the magic cube space, the bloody mist that entered Shishan's body was also isolated. Even so, Lin Ming didn't remain careless against this bizarre Black Book. He used his mental strength to contact the ancient Elysium seal that was within the magic cube space, and then arranged for a sealing method. Although he considered himself proficient in sealing, he absolutely wasn't any better than the ancient Elysium seal. As Lin Ming's thoughts spread into the magic cube, there was a loud whirling sound. Countless runes danced in the air of the magic cube space, slowly taking the form of the divine seal array as it firmly covered the ancient Black Book. Bang! After the divine seal array was laid down, the ancient Elysium seal's main body firmly stabilized the central core, suppressing the ancient book beneath the seal. Ooh woo woo. The moment the ancient book was suppressed, the blood-red eye started to wildly struggle and emit an ear-piercing cry. To think that a book would actually cry out, the ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit felt this was incredibly strange. What book is this? The ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit asked. I'm not sure. This book seems to possess an evil nature. First we will suppress it and then slowly study it afterwards. Lin Ming could sense that this ancient book was abnormal. But even with this ancient book, Imperial Prince Shishan was far from being Lin Ming's match. This was because Shishan had yet to break into the Empyrean realm, and his cultivation was even slightly lower than Lin Ming's. With the disparity of absolute strength placed in front of him, not even the evil ancient book was able to make up for this difference. After suppressing the ancient book, Lin Ming punched Shishan once more, completely blasting open the wounds that the ancient book's blood fog had just healed. Then, he blocked Shishan's blood vitality and threw him into his inner world like a dead dog. After thinking about it, Lin Ming also sealed away Soaring Feather God King's feather in layers of seals before tossing it into the ancient Elysium seals sealing array. A quadrillion trillion miles away, in another universe that was separated from the wild universe by the God-lamenting wall, a white-clothed woman gently passed through the starry skies. In front of her was a deep and profound expanse of purple fog. This fog was without end. It seemed like a nebula but also like some illusionary sea. Seeing this fog, the white-clothed woman pointed outwards. Layers of clear waves surged out, splitting up the fog to reveal the starry skies. But a moment later, this fog came shrouding down once more, as if it were endless. The white-clothed woman frowned. She stood in front of the purple fog for a moment before attacking once more. The purple fog in front of her was in truth an illusion of the divine dream space that Empyrean Divine Dream had arranged. And this white-clothed woman was Soaring Feather God King. Chapter 2025, The Angered Soaring Feather. Chapter 2025, The Angered Soaring Feather. Soaring Feather God King had been fighting with Empyrean Divine Dream for many years. But in truth, the number of times they had directly faced each other was extremely low, and they had never wholeheartedly attacked each other. For most of the time, the two of them used arrays to break arrays, comparing their laws and comprehending the battle with their spiritual seas. Of the two of them, one dual cultivated energy and divine and the other dual cultivated essence and divine. Their cultivation systems were inextricably linked with their mental strength and spiritual sea, making it so that they used all sorts of fighting methods. A single battle of the soul could continue for several years on end. Four peerless masters, finding an opponent that was similar in strength and laws was incredibly hard, especially upon reaching the level of Soaring Feather or Divine Dream. There were few people capable of making them use their full strength in this universe. But if a martial artist were to only go into dark seclusion to cultivate and meditate on the laws, then they would inevitably lack things they needed. They required an appropriate environment and opponents that were on their level. This was also one of the reasons why humanity's martial arts civilization began to prosper 10 billion years ago. Thus, for these past years, Soaring Feather and Divine Dream came to a tacit understanding in their ongoing battle. As they fought, they constantly deepened their understandings into their spiritual sea and mental strength. Originally, Soaring Feather didn't place much importance on the war between the saints and humanity. She simply didn't care about whether the saints won or not. The only reason she participated in this war was because the good fortune Saint Sovereign had given her sufficient incentives, and at the same time she also believed that the good fortune Saint Sovereign might rule all beneath the heavens later and achieve a higher boundary, so she didn't want to offend him. Her being able to keep Divine Dream busy in this different universe was already extremely beneficial to the Saints' war efforts. And there was another advantage, that was that Soaring Feather could rest assured as she allowed Fairy Blue Lotus to partake in the war between the humans and saints. Soaring Feather God King was confident that with Fairy Blue Lotus's strength and intelligence, the incarnation that she had left with her, as well as the Legion of Famine that the good fortune Saint Sovereign had allowed her to command, there was no one in the entire wild universe who would be able to do anything to her. She would be the strongest fist of the saint armies. Not even Emperor Sokia would be able to contend with her. And in every great calamity, although there would be disasters and tribulations that sweep through the 33 heavens, this also meant that it would be an era where geniuses from all the various races would rapidly grow. In a war that involved all universes, this would be the best battlefield for Blue Lotus to temper herself. In Soaring Feather God King's eyes, the greatest benefit of the war between saints and humanity was that her own disciple could adventure and gain experience within it. As for Divine Dream, the opponent of Soaring Feather God King, she was actually not as calm or happy with the situation. In fact, Divine Dream could be said to be burning with impatience. But no matter how anxious she was about humanity's war, at this time she had nothing else she could do. She couldn't do anything to Soaring Feather God King and definitely could not fight the good fortune Saint Sovereign. And, if she wanted to meddle in the battles between Empyreans, then she knew that Soaring Feather God King and Astral Vault God King would not allow her to. Thus at this time, besides continuing to battle Soaring Feather God King and taking hold of every chance to increase her strength, there was no other road she could take. She knew that humanity's ultimate enemy was in the end just one person, the good fortune Saint Sovereign. This was also an enemy that she would inevitably have to face in the future. Perhaps there might be a day when she could emulate the actions of Empyrean Divine Seal of the past, burning away her life to cause heavy damage to the good fortune Saint Sovereign. To Divine Dream, this was already the best result she could think of. But there was only the slimmest of hopes in accomplishing such a goal. The more the war drummed on, the more Empyrean Divine Dream was able to feel just how strong Empyrean Divine Seal had been in the past. When he faced the extreme true divinity level famine, he also had to face the previous Saint Sovereign who was no weaker than the good fortune Saint Sovereign. Even then, Divine Seal was able to turn the tides of war and achieve an impossible miracle. Divine Dream knew that there still existed a massive gap between her and Empyrean Divine Seal. For a short period of time, Soaring Feather God King wouldn't be able to break through Empyrean Divine Dream's dreamland space. Soaring Feather God King fell into contemplation. In truth, Empyrean Divine Dream didn't place much soul force into this array formation, and it was poor in intensity. If Soaring Feather God King wished for it, she could erase this array formation with absolute strength. But she didn't do so. Rather, she slowly deduced its mysteries to exercise and further enhance her laws. But before even a third of the required time passed for Soaring Feather God King to unravel these laws, her hands suddenly shook. She looked up, shock and disbelief flashing in her eyes. Just now, she felt that the incarnation she had prepared for Fairy Blue Lotus had been shattered by someone else. Soaring Feather God King had condensed a wisp of her life's blood essence into her incarnation. Amongst Empyreans, her incarnation was nearly invincible. Just who was it that had managed to break apart her incarnation? How was that even possible? Then what about her disciple, Fair Blue Lotus? In Soaring Feather God King's eyes, Fairy Blue Lotus, who should not have encountered any truly perilous situations, must have suffered some disastrous defeat. Otherwise there was no way she would use her final trump card. In order to ensure the integrity of Fairy Blue Lotus's divine soul so that she would be able to break through boundaries more perfectly in the future, Soaring Feather God King didn't have Fairy Blue Lotus leave behind a wisp of her soul in a life soul jade slip. So, she didn't know what had happened to her. Thinking of this, Soaring Feather God King's eyes that were filled with disbelief began to turn icy cold. She reached out with her sense, wanting to perceive her feather that had been suppressed. But what surprised her was that although she could sense that her feather still existed, it seemed to be sealed away in some mysterious space. The laws of this mysterious space blocked out everything, making it so that she couldn't lock onto her feather's position. Moreover, she could clearly feel that the blood essence she attached to this feather was being slowly refined by someone else. This caused a thick killing intent to burst out from her eyes. This was her source blood vitality from after she had broken into the true divinity realm. If she were to lose it, then it would be a tremendous attack upon her cultivation. Who could it be? Soaring Feather God King grit her teeth, all sorts of thoughts rapidly racing through her mind. She first thought of Emperor Sokia. Amongst the humans, the only one capable of breaking apart her incarnation was Divine Dream. Since Divine Dream was being delayed here, then that meant her incarnation was invincible amongst humanity. Unless Emperor Sokia were to make another breakthrough. But as she thought of Emperor Sokia's age, Soaring Feather God King didn't think that this was possible. Emperor Sokia was just too young. According to his current battle strength and talent, it was completely unreasonable for him to suddenly break into the true divinity realm. But no matter who it was, Soaring Feather God King would not forgive this person. If they harmed Fairy Blue Lotus, then Soaring Feather God King would chase them to the ends of the world. Peng! Soaring Feather God King's palm thrust out with strength. The Dreamland Array formation that Empyrean Divine Dream laid down suddenly burst apart, turning into countless motes of light. At this time, Soaring Feather God King didn't have any thoughts of slowly unraveling this array formation, but instead shattered it with absolute strength. Soaring Feather God King was anxious to return. She stepped on the void, wanting to instantly leave this star territory. But at this time, force fields began to twist around her, causing the space laws to change so that she couldn't use the Great Void Shift. In the next moment, purple fog gathered together once more, surrounding Soaring Feather God King and locking her in. The difference now was that this purple fog was no longer a superficial comparison of laws, rather, a truly terrifying amount of power was poured into it. This was the divine dream space. Shua. The divine dream space gently quivered. Not too far away from soaring feather god king, a blue-clothed woman seemed to lift apart a curtain of stars, stepping through the surging space to appear in front of soaring feather god king. This woman was similar to soaring feather god king in temperament and was similarly a goddess of her generation. She sat upon the throne in the highest heavens, overlooking the mortals below. Divine dream. Soaring feather god king's eyes blazed with anger. You want to block my way? Empyrean divine dream faintly smiled. Just now, I felt that there were tremendous fluctuations in your mood within the divine dream space, and you even broke apart my force field with absolute strength. Naturally, I had to come take a look. It seems as if you have some urgent matters to attend to. Empyrean divine dream's clothes fluttered around her. Her tone was not slow or hurried, like a warm spring through winter, beautiful to the ears. But as these words fell into soaring feather god king's ears, they were actually grating to hear. Get out of my way, soaring feather god king coldly said. I'm afraid that isn't going to happen. Empyrean divine dream gently raised her right hand, a flower petal slowly revolving around her fingertips. She faintly guessed that it was something related to battles between the juniors that had startled soaring feather god king so. And if it was bad news to soaring feather god king, then it was definitely good news to her. In any case, she couldn't easily allow her to withdraw. The rivers run 30 years east and then 30 years west. Since you held me back here before so that I couldn't return to the wild universe, it's my turn to repay the favor. Soaring feather god king flung out her sleeves, her face an icy mask. Do you think that with astral vault god king also coming, you will still be able to hold me here? To have you stay for a moment is another moment one. Divine Dream's voice was indifferent as she slowly pulled out a sword. The faint and ethereal starry skies were limitless and without end. Floating within these starry skies was a continent, and this continent was covered with spirit springs and wonderful treasures of heaven and earth. This was a land contained within Lin Ming's universe. At this time, 4 of the Saint Generals, High Sun, Dark Moon, Blue Lotus, and Shishan, had all been thrown onto this continent after having their blood energy completely locked away. Their bodies were bound with law curse seals, even moving the tiniest fraction was difficult. Motherfucker, this hurts. High Sun struggled to twist his neck, causing his bones to emit loud crackling sounds. This damned demon, I have no idea what he plans to do with us. High Sun cursed. Considering things, he was in a relatively good situation. At the very least he was able to stand. The most pitiful one was Shishan. All of Shishan's bones had been broken and he was lying on the ground like a puddle of meat, only able to emit weak groans. At this time, Fairy Blue Lotus was carefully observing Lin Ming's inner world. As she investigated the world around her, she began to discover the differences here. This world seems like it doesn't have any difference from the outside universe. Could we really be in an inner world? Fairy Blue Lotus muttered, unsure of herself. Could this be the inner world of an abyssal demon? The laws, matter, and origin energy here were so real. Before High Sun and Dark Moon could respond, space began to distort in front of them. A black-clothed Lin Ming appeared, his spear in hand. As Lin Ming arrived on this continent, he firmly stood 100 feet away from the 4. Chapter 2026, The Wonderful Use of Captives. Chapter 2026, The Wonderful Use of Captives. Seeing that dark star Lin Ming, the 4 Saint Generals felt their hearts tighten. What do you plan on doing to us? Fairy Blue Lotus asked. After reaching such a cliff, she couldn't imagine any way to escape. Now the only way she could live was if she used this mysterious person's greed against him. Since he had caged them here, he inevitably must be plotting some scheme, otherwise he would have long since killed them. Lin Ming didn't reply. Fairy Blue Lotus sent High Sun and Dark Moon a sound transmission, follow my lead and don't speak. High Sun and Dark Moon inwardly nodded. At this time they could only depend on Fairy Blue Lotus. As for Shishan, he could be entirely ignored. Right now, he couldn't even speak. Lin Ming remained silent. He stepped through the void and appeared right in front of Fairy Blue Lotus. He stood high above her in a commanding position, overlooking her below. This was the suppression brought by the overwhelming disparity in strength. Fairy Blue Lotus held her breath. Facing a mysterious powerhouse like Lin Ming as well as the aura that rolled off his body, she felt as if she were gasping for breath every moment. She was even afraid that Lin Ming would let loose his bestial nature in the next moment and return to his demonic origins. If so, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fairy Blue Lotus bit her lips, her complexion slightly pale. If you have any conditions, speak them. Fairy Blue Lotus was highly familiar with the weaknesses of the heart. Of course, this was entirely based upon the premise that this demon in human form also had a human-like disposition. She already decided that no matter what conditions this person proposed, she wouldn't fully agree nor would she fully reject. This was the method of negotiations with the highest chance of survival. If she were to directly reject him so that this person didn't see any hopes of success, he might kill them off. At the same time, if she were to agree to readily and allow him to easily achieve his goal, then he also might kill them off to erase all witnesses. She had to look for that singular balance point between agreeing and refusing, so that this person would see hope but also not obtain victory immediately. This balance point was what her life stood upon. This is the greatest test I have encountered in my life. I must calculate his mindset. Fairy Blue Lotus thought to herself. However, she never imagined that not only would Lin Ming not say any words, but he would instead reach out his hand, revealing 4 floating balls of meat above his palm. These balls of meat slowly wriggled and crept, as if they were 4 hearts. However, tiny tentacles danced around them like those of a jellyfish, all of them continuously waving about. No matter what Fairy Blue Lotus could calculate, she would never calculate such a situation occurring. She didn't need to use her sense to immediately understand that this was the flesh and blood of famine. Immediately, Fairy Blue Lotus's face turned paper white. She didn't need to be a genius to understand just what this person was planning to do. He wanted to implant the flesh and blood of famine within their bodies. After personally experiencing this mysterious person's ability to control the Legion of Famine, Fairy Blue Lotus didn't doubt that as long as he implanted the flesh and blood of famine within her, she would completely become his puppet. She would accept all orders obediently and lose all independent will. If he wanted her to kneel, then she would kneel. If he wanted her to die, then she would die. If he wanted her to offer up her primordial yin, then she would offer up her primordial yin. She would turn into the most loyal and most pitiful servant, one with no thoughts of her own. She would rather die than be reduced to such a slave. Just kill me. Seeing the flesh and blood of famine slowly float above Lin Ming's palm, Fairy Blue Lotus felt her heart shrink in her chest. Behind Fairy Blue Lotus, High Sun and Dark Moon, and even the half-dead Shishan felt as if they had fallen into any ice lake. This was truly a fate more horrifying than death. You want to die? Keep on dreaming. Lin Ming grabbed Fairy Blue Lotus's neck and reached out his hand. The flesh and blood of famine followed. This flesh and blood of famine had been taken out from a part of the Legion of Famine's saint martial artists. It was the most distilled essence, capable of controlling an Empyrean-level powerhouse. Lin Ming wanted to know, once these 4 Saint General top-level geniuses were fused with the flesh and blood of famine, just what kind of combat strength would they be able to display? The flesh and blood of famine utterly obeyed Lin Ming's command. After implanting it, he would gain 4 loyal and devoted super minions. To have them sweep away the Saint armies would be no problem at all. Of course, if Lin Ming wanted to, he could take out the flesh and blood of famine at any moment, restoring their freedom of will. To possess such an ability was truly convenient. Lin Ming even felt a bit of envy towards the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign's methods. The Good Fortune Saint Sovereign planned to use the flesh and blood of famine to slowly take control of the entire world. Then, why couldn't Lin Ming do the same? You, my master will not let you go, Fairy Blue Lotus said between clenched teeth, her voice difficult to hear. For her to use her master as a threat already proved that her fear had reached the extreme, otherwise she wouldn't use such a cheap and shameful threat. This was the same as a tussle between children, and then one of the children running away while screaming for their mother. But at this time, Lin Ming had already grabbed Fairy Blue Lotus's neck and had lifted her up. No, no! Even though Fairy Blue Lotus was normally calm, she had already lost her composure and was panicking, wildly struggling about. The ball of meat continued to wriggle about in Lin Ming's hand, extending its small tentacles towards her. In her eyes, this was the most terrifying demon in the world. Just happily be my servant. Lin Ming indifferently said, his words causing Fairy Blue Lotus to wish that she could commit suicide. At the same time, Lin Ming grabbed the flesh and blood of famine and then placed it above Fairy Blue Lotus's chest. Fairy Blue Lotus miserably cried out. All she felt was numbness at her chest. The flesh and blood of famine had bitten open her chest and was drilling into her body. It was a strange and macabre feeling to know that she was losing herself. She felt itchy all over even as her entire body tingled with numbness. This bizarre feeling nearly caused Fairy Blue Lotus to bite off her tongue in response. She would rather the process be agonizingly painful so she could faint here. Hualala. The flesh and blood of famine continued to wriggle onwards. Fairy Blue Lotus's eyes turned blood red. Her delicate body violently shook as she took great gasping breaths. However, no matter how she struggled, she couldn't change her destiny. You don't. Fairy Blue Lotus could no longer form complete sentences. Fragrant drops of sweat rolled down her body, soaking her clothes. And at this time, Lin Ming continued to grab onto Fairy Blue Lotus's neck, his eyes so cold that they caused one to shiver. His gaze fell upon High Sun, Dark Moon, and Shishan. All of them began to sweat all over. They finally realized that after falling into the hands of this demon, even dying might be an impossible hope. Slowly, Fairy Blue Lotus's struggles died down. Drool leaked out from the corners of her lips. Lin Ming released her, allowing her to slump onto the ground like a wet noodle. Lin Ming looked at her. At this time, the flesh and blood of famine had already turned into tiny threads that permeated her heart and every other inch of her body. Even her spiritual sea was invaded by the flesh and blood of famine. The flesh and blood of famine had thoroughly fused with her body. As the more formidable life form, after Fairy Blue Lotus and Famine's mortal body fused together into a single being, the flesh and blood of famine naturally took command of her body and mind. If Lin Ming wanted to, he could have the flesh and blood of famine remain in a slumbering condition so that Fairy Blue Lotus was no different from normal, and there would also be no influence on her thoughts. But once he activated the flesh and blood of famine, she would become his most loyal slave. Lin Ming looked at Fairy Blue Lotus. With a thought, he activated the flesh and blood of famine. Fairy Blue Lotus trembled. Bewilderment flashed in her eyes. She dazedly looked at Lin Ming with confusion. Slowly, this confusion turned into reverence. This feeling was like a low-level life form seeing the king of their own race. This was an obedience and respect that came from the depths of their bloodline. She crawled up from the ground and knelt before Lin Ming. She lovingly kissed his feet, saying, "Blue Lotus greets master." "Very good." Lin Ming smiled. With 4 Empyrean-level super minions as well as over 90% of the remaining Legion of Famine, he would have an even greater advantage in his crusade against the Saint. Moreover, these 4 Saint Generals, in particular Blue Lotus, High Sun, and Dark Moon, would make it so that Astral Vault God King and Soaring Feather God King would be wary of acting against him, in fear that they would harm their disciples. These were truly multi-purpose servants. At this time, Lin Ming turned towards High Sun, Dark Moon, and Shishan. High Sun's eyes stuck out of his head and he gasped like a cow. He had personally seen Fairy Blue Lotus's fate and his body trembled with anger and fear. "You beast, if you have the guts then kill me. Do you dare to kill me? Come on. If you have the courage then kill me." High Sun pointed at his own neck, his eyes blood red. "You motherfucker, you fucking beast, if you don't kill me today then there will surely be a day when I chop off your head and feed it to the goo." High Sun cried out pitifully. Because just now, the flesh and blood of famine had been tossed out by Lin Ming and had flown in between his lips. It had gone straight into his throat. Ku. High Sun desperately grabbed at his neck, the blood vessels already sticking out like worms. But he couldn't stop this thing from crawling into his body. Mother. High Sun spat out with difficulty. He flew backwards and landed on the ground, slamming his head into the floor and punching his chest. But all his efforts were for naught. He wanted to curse at Lin Ming, but because his throat was filled his words became a blur. You want to goad me into anger so that I will kill you in a rage. Not even a child would fall for such little tricks. Lin Ming coldly looked at Hai Sun as he tumbled about on the ground. Because Hai Sun's energy and blood vitality had been sealed away, he couldn't even commit suicide by severing his meridians. With Hai Sun's intelligence, he could only think of goading Lin Ming into anger as a way to find death. However, Lin Ming didn't even care about his words. Then, Lin Ming turned to Dark Moon. Dark Moon had already started crying, truly crying. Great teardrops fell down like rain, making her seem pitiable. She miserably looked at Lin Ming and held her hands against her chest. With her short height and slim figure, she looked like a 14 to 15-year-old girl who had developed too early. No, don't do it, I'll do anything you want. You don't need to implant anything in me. I am willing to be your servant, I beg you, I'll do anything you. Chapter 2027, War Report. Chapter 2027, War Report. Dark Moon grabbed onto Lin Ming's hand, her large watery eyes seeming as if they could speak. Seeing Dark Moon's response, Lin Ming was startled. Hai Sun and Fairy Blue Lotus's reactions were within his anticipation, but he never expected that such a true divinity disciple who had been arrogant and haughty since birth would actually have no bottom line. Your acting isn't too bad, I almost fell for it. Lin Ming gloomily said. In order to escape the destiny of being a slave, you seem willing to do anything. What I said was true, you can even give me an order now, Dark Moon panicked. But at this time, Lin Ming had already thrust the flesh and blood of famine into her stomach. Dark Moon emitted an ear-piercing screech, one that spread out over an incredibly great distance. It was hard to imagine that even in a situation where her blood vitality was blocked, she could still emit such a cry. It's unfortunate, but I would rather believe in the flesh and blood of famine, otherwise wouldn't you try to tear me apart when I meet Astral Vault God King? With the flesh and blood of famine implanted in you, I can at least drag you in front. Lin Ming dropped this sentence, then no longer bothered with Dark Moon. He approached Shishan. Shishan's eyes were dark and lightless. He looked at Lin Ming, humorlessly smiling without speaking another word. Lin Ming didn't waste time. He directly placed the flesh and blood of famine into the open wound on Shishan's chest. After another incense stick of time, the flesh and blood of famine had thoroughly fused with the 4 saint generals. As for the runic seals that Lin Ming had placed in these people's bodies, he slowly lifted them as well as freeing the power of their blood vitality. Afterwards, the powerful mortal body functions of the saint race began to reveal themselves. The wounds that the flesh and blood of famine had bitten open began to slowly regenerate without even leaving a scar behind. Even the most heavily injured Imperial Prince Shishan started to restore his strength and ability to walk, his skeleton loudly stitching itself together. After another 4 hours, the 4 people had recovered. They all knelt in front of Lin Ming. Subordinate Blue Lotus greets Master. Subordinate Dark Moon greets Master. Subordinate Hai Sun greets Master. Subordinate Shishan greets Master. Very good. You all can continue cultivating for now. I will issue orders to you later. Shishan, tell me, what is this black book? Where does it come from? Lin Ming took out the black book from his inner world. Shishan respectfully replied, reporting to Master, this book is something that this subordinate obtained within an ancient tomb in the Primeval Realm ruins. As for what exactly it is, I do not know. But, I cannot open this book nor can I read the writings. I only know that it contains a demonic strength, and if used in battle can greatly increase my strength. But, after using it I will feel particularly exhausted. It is because of this that I tried not to use this black book as much as possible in order to avoid any permanent wounds or leave behind any hidden dangers. Shishan explained everything he knew to Lin Ming, without concealing anything at all. Lin Ming frowned. What Shishan knew basically wasn't useful to him at all. So it's something obtained in the Primeval Realm ruins. This Primeval Realm ruins seems to contain some secret. Lin Ming had already heard of the Primeval Realm ruins multiple times before. It was a world that was separate from the 33 heavens, and some people believed that it was the shattered fragments of a world left behind after some ancient world collapsed, and it was only because of its connection to the Dark Abyss's enchantment that it didn't completely break apart. This was because the entrance to the Dark Abyss was located within the Primeval Realm ruins. With his strong faith added in, the differences between their mental strengths were far too great. "Can you? Or can't you?" Lin Ming quietly said, his voice swift and fierce. Fairy Blue Lotus shook and the brightness in her eyes blurred and faded once more. She knelt to the floor and obediently said, reporting to Master, "In order to undo my honorable Master's curse seals that she placed in this life feather, the process involves the inheritance of my soaring feather god mountain's true divinity cultivation method, the feather conversion art. Although I have looked through the entire feather conversion art, my cultivation is limited and I am unable to repeat it to Master. But, repeating a portion of it so that Master can use it to undo the law curse seals within the life feather in a shorter period of time is still possible." "Good." Lin Ming was overjoyed. "If I can refine your Master's life feather, then I will record that as a merit for you. I will reward you in the future so that your strength can rise to another level," Lin Ming casually promised. Fairy Blue Lotus had followed Soaring Feather God King for many years, and what Soaring Feather was able to teach her had likely already been taught. All that was left over was for Fairy Blue Feather to perceive it on her own. If Fairy Blue Lotus wanted to find any particular point to improve on in the martial arts road that Soaring Feather God King had guided her down, then it wouldn't be easy. But, if she followed Lin Ming, then he could share some of his exclusive laws, in particular the principles he grasped atop the Soul World's shrine platforms, allowing her to obtain more inspirations. Of course, if Fairy Blue Lotus were to hear about these so-called rewards when she still had her own will, then she would likely be so mad that she would start smoking. But to the current Fairy Blue Lotus, Lin Ming's words were like an imperial decree. She appeared incredibly flattered. "Working for Master's glory is what should be done. I do not dare to claim any credit." As she spoke, she took out a jade slip of the feather conversion art and then began to pass on a portion of the feather conversion art's contents to Lin Ming's mind with a sound transmission. The feather conversion art jade slip in Fairy Blue Lotus's hands only contained a part of it. And, this part was sealed with layers upon layers of encryptions. Without Fairy Blue Lotus explaining the jade slip, then it would be impossible to see what was recorded within. As Lin Ming listened, he watched at the same time. This feather conversion art jade slip seemed to contain infinite illusions, as if there were a kaleidoscopic world within. Lin Ming praised in his mind. What a wonderful feather conversion art. In terms of the great Tao laws, although it was much worse than the Holy Scripture, it specialized in different things. The Holy Scripture elaborated on the paths of life and death, but the feather conversion art focused on the mind, illusions, and divine sense attacks. The feather conversion art detailed many attack methods, and in this it actually reached the peak. The layers upon layers of the great Tao of illusions were entirely comprehensive. With a single step one could see another landscape, leaving one dizzied and unable to take it all in. "If Master has any questions, please ask me. I will always be awaiting your orders." After another 2 hours, Fairy Blue Lotus finally finished her sound transmissions and bowed. "Very good." Lin Ming waved a hand. "I will go into seclusion for 10 days. You may all recuperate from your wounds and act as protectors outside." The 4 Saint Generals bowed and withdrew, leaving behind only Lin Ming. As he took stock of his harvests from this battle, it could be described as colossal. Lin Ming had obtained 4 loyal and devoted super minions, the Legion of Famine, the mysterious Black Book, as well as the life feather and feather conversion art of Soaring Feather God King. With so many advantages, this was truly a great gift that the saints had given him. Lin Ming settled his mood and rapidly entered the fused martial intent state. Behind him, a body tree quietly appeared, its branches and leaves spreading out as an independent pure land of ultimate bliss grew around him. Lin Ming was shrouded in infinite starlight. At this time he looked like a celestial from the highest heavens. The feather conversion art jade slip as well as Soaring Feather God King's life feather slowly floated around him, seething up and down as it was bathed in the crystalline starlight. As Lin Ming was refining Soaring Feather God King's life feather, he didn't know that everything that occurred in Blood Cloud Galaxy had been discovered by scouts, and this information was slowly passed throughout the wild universe. Potala Galaxy, in a grand hall. Humanity's Emperor Sokya, Great Limitless Buddha, Jun Blue Moon, the primal god races Diwuhen, the celestial races Battle Sovereign Tabague, the female god race Empyrean Lanlu that entered the Azura Forbidden Land with Lin Ming in the past, as well as numerous other human officers and important figures had gathered. This was a routine military meeting. The primary purpose of this meeting was to hear the newest combat reports and then discuss the next war plan. Chapter 2028, News Worth Celebrating. Chapter 2028, News Worth Celebrating. Emperor Sokya's troops had managed to rout the Legion of Famine that had stayed in Potala Galaxy after their main force left. Although they didn't manage to kill much of the Saint armies, they still managed to completely recapture Potala Galaxy. Outside of Empyrean Divine Dream, Mount Potala's forces could be called the most formidable amongst humanity. Since they had managed to stabilize their foothold, they naturally wouldn't think of hiding in this tiny little corner of the world. Rather, they would venture outwards and strike at the Saints on their own initiative. Now they were even preparing their attack plans. Everyone, we have now managed to bring together a considerable force. I believe that what we must first do is rescue our companions. Because we had to delay for time, many of our people dispersed and hid in the most hidden corners of the wild universe. Although this naturally made it much harder for the Saints to find us, once they did find anyone, then the only result was utter defeat. If this continues, then as long as the Saints have enough time, they will sooner or later exterminate us all. We cannot sit by and idly wait for death. We must move immediately and rescue our fellow humans who have been forced into hopeless situations. Emperor Sokya iterated the key point of this meeting. Now, with so many human influences in imminent danger, the question was, which ones should they rescue first? Everyone looked towards Emperor Sokya and also felt troubled for him. To rescue one influence was to mean giving up on another. However, he had to make a choice. We have to consider the larger picture. There are currently two vital rescue targets that we have designated. The first is the Hidden Dragon Galaxy. It has already been a long time since our information network with the Hidden Dragon Galaxy was severed. I even suspect that Dragon Fang and Xiao Moxian have been encircled by the enemy. Whether it is Xiao Moxian, Lin Huang, or Dragon Fang, they are the future hopes of humanity. In particular, Xiao Moxian and Lin Huang. The two of them are the ones most closely related to Lin Ming, and Lin Ming was the one who risked his life for us in the past in order to exchange it for the slimmest possible hopes of survival for the human race and thus open the gates of the wild universe to us. Since Lin Ming has passed on, we must ensure the survival of his lineage no matter what. But besides the Hidden Dragon Galaxy, there is also another rescue target. That is, the mysterious man who has recently appeared. All clues indicate that the main force of the Legion of Famine left Potala Galaxy for this person. Since he has done his best to buy time for us, we cannot sit by and do nothing. Moreover, this mysterious person has formidable strength, and an enemy of an enemy is a friend. He might be able to provide us with good fortune and a turning pointing in our war against the Saints. We cannot just let him perish beneath the Legion of Famine. As Emperor Sokya spoke to hear, some people were already frowning, their eyebrows knit together. Should we divide our forces? Although their current gathered forces were formidable, when it came to facing the good fortune Saint Sun or the Legion of Famine, they were nothing to look at. And, dividing their forces would only make them weaker. This is what we are here today to discuss, Emperor Sokya said. We must weigh the advantages and disadvantages and then follow through with the most effective plan. As Emperor Sokya spoke, the sound of rapid footsteps echoed through the grand hall. Urgent message. A messenger shouted from outside the hall. Enter. Emperor Sokya felt his heart skip a beat. While a military meeting was being convened, outside disturbances were normally not allowed. Unless it was information of the highest priority, it wouldn't be sent here. Now that the messenger was at the entrance of the hall, it could be imagined how important this information was. In these past years, Emperor Sokya had received far too many urgent messages. But, over 90% of them were bad news. As the war in the wild universe continued, humanity had suffered defeat after defeat, and there was rarely a case of victory. Even if there were occasional victories, such as the successful elimination of the remnant Saint forces in Potala Galaxy, those were simply superficial events. What humanity needed now was a hearty great victory, a true success that would rouse their morale. Where is this news from? Emperor Sokya's complexion was solemn. He was afraid that whatever news this was, it wouldn't be good. Humanity was already hovering on the edge of the abyss, and they were finding it hard to weather the continued attacks of the Saints. Urgent information from the Blood Cloud Galaxy. The messenger proffered the combat report Jade slip with both hands. This information was gathered by the scouts, and the rank of the information was decided by the captain of the scouting team. As for what it was, the messenger didn't know. Blood Cloud Galaxy. Emperor Sokya's eyes shot wide open. Could this be a combat reported related to the mysterious person being ambushed by the Legion of Famine? It wasn't just Emperor Sokya, but everyone else in the hall felt their hearts tighten. This mysterious person that had miraculously appeared from nowhere and also had the Saints suffer defeat after defeat. They wouldn't have perished like this, right? Emperor Sokya took a deep breath and probed the contents of the jade slip. He had already steeled himself for bad news. However, when he finally looked into the contents of the jade slip, he was shocked silent. He even suspected that he had misread. He scanned the combat report jade slip several times, and after making sure he read everything, he froze like a statue. How is this? Senior Emperor Sokya, just what happened? All the eyes in the hall were focused on Emperor Sokya. They saw that he remained speechless after looking through the jade slip, and these actions left them a bit worried. Seeing everyone's curious gaze, Emperor Sokya finally responded. He looked at the gathered crowd and was at a loss for words. It is, you can take a look yourself. Emperor Sokya had a strange expression as he passed the jade slip to others. These people immediately scanned the jade slip. This type of combat report jade slip was originally able to allow several other people to read it at the same time. Then, as they read through the contents, they were all left dumbfounded together, almost as if they were living some kind of dream. This was truly explosive news that would rock the 33 heavens. The jade slip had some images recorded within, all of them showing the scene of the Blood Cloud Galaxy after the Great Battle. There were ruined fragments of celestial bodies all over, and beneath these images were a few lines of simple words. A great battle has occurred in the Blood Cloud Galaxy. We have discovered that Fairy Blue Lotus laid down an ambush for the mysterious person in the Blood Cloud Galaxy around a month or two ago and waited for them to rush in. A battle occurred, but as for exactly what happened or how the battle unfolded, we are not sure of the specifics. This is what we know after several days of investigating. The main force of the Legion of Famine has been completely annihilated within Blood Cloud Galaxy. Blood Cloud Galaxy's Heavenly Palace and their spirit ships have all been disintegrated to dust. The Blood Cloud Galaxy support unit, besides those members that were carrying missions outside, were all destroyed, with not even a single stationed guard remaining. 4 of the Saint generals have gone missing. The above situation is suspected to be the work of the mysterious person. More details are being investigated. For a time, the entire meeting hall fell into silence. Several people felt their jaws drop down as they were unable to believe what was written in the jade slip. But the images spoke for themselves. The Saint race's heavenly palace and the fleets of spirit ships had all been destroyed. In particular, the nearly invincible Legion of Famine. There should be no force beneath that of a true divinity capable of resisting their attack, yet such a legion had been annihilated. Was this possible? In fact, it was thought that this mysterious person was incredibly powerful and would be able to escape the Legion of Famine's pursuit. Of course, this was under the premise that he knew there was an ambush laid out ahead of time for them, so that he could preempt their actions. But for this mysterious person to eliminate the Legion of Famine, that was a nearly unimaginable matter. There might be a mistake, Di Wuhen said with disbelief thick in his voice. This news was simply too shocking. He had personally witnessed the strength of the Legion of Famine and wasn't able to believe that there truly existed someone with such ability. The captain responsible for overseeing the scout team is this old monk's great direct disciple. He was naturally born with inherent arcane abilities that could peer into the far-off distance and listen to voices on the endless wind. He should have been able to view the image of the saints from afar using some clues in order to analyze his information. He is a calm and alert individual, and even if the information we obtain is slightly different, it shouldn't be anything too absurd. Great Limitless Buddha slowly said. Normally, he was the calmest and most peaceful of the eminent monks, but now even he found it difficult to maintain his composure. As he twisted his Buddha beads, the speed at which he did so was clearly much faster than normal. No matter what the case is, we must be careful. Could this be false news intentionally spread by the saints so that we walk into their trap? Battle Sovereign Tabague furrowed his eyebrows, still finding it hard to fully trust the combat report Jade Slip. Emperor Sokya shook his head. The possibility isn't too likely. Originally, as long as Fairy Blue Lotus led the Legion of Famine to search through Potala Galaxy, we would have suffered defeat sooner or later. As for the Hidden Dragon Galaxy, any accident there would be a good situation for the saints. But, the Legion of Famine suddenly withdrew their forces from Potala Galaxy to return to Bloodcloud Galaxy, which in turn gave us a chance to catch our breath. Moreover, the Heavenly Palace at Bloodcloud Galaxy was truly destroyed. The fragments of the spirit ships and the Heavenly Palace have been verified to be real. If this really was a charade, then why would they destroy a Heavenly Palace and kill off so many of their disciples, even giving us a chance to stabilize and restore morale? Just what would the goal behind such actions be? As Emperor Sokya spoke, everyone fell silent. Indeed, when two armies faced off in a war, putting on a ruse or faking some weakness wasn't a rare act. But, those who did such things were always on the losing end. Would the saints really harm themselves to put on such a meaningless act? Who is this mysterious person? The god race's Empyrean Lanlu muttered, a strange light flashing in her eyes. I also wish to know. If there is a chance, I would truly love to see him. After Mount Potala obtained news of the Legion of Famine, other human influences also obtained this information. But, because news of the Legion of Famine's utter destruction still required proof, no one dared to publicize it. This was a precaution just in case it really was a smoke screen that the saints had put up. If it was, then these human influences would not only be made into jokes but the morale of humanity would also suffer. So for these past days, whether it was the humans or saints, neither side found it easy to remain tranquil. In fact, within the Bloodcloud Galaxy, there were even more saint scouts. But they didn't manage to find much new information. Lin Ming may control the Legion of Famine, but even at this point in time no one knew of it. The Good Fortune Saint Sovereign didn't know either. This was because Lin Ming had used the magic cube to completely erase the spirit marks that the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign had left within the Legion of Famine, and according to the previous experiences of the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign, spirit marks being destroyed would only occur because the Legion of Famine had been destroyed. If the flesh and blood of famine was destroyed, then the spirit marks would naturally disappear. As for someone capable of counter-controlling the flesh and blood of famine, the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign had never met such an existence before. Chapter 2029, Diverting Troops to the Hidden Dragon Galaxy. Chapter 2029, Diverting Troops to the Hidden Dragon Galaxy. Hidden Dragon Galaxy, Good Fortune Saint Palace. Pa. A terrifying detonation sounded out, and astral essence so thick that it was visible to the naked eye began to spread out in white ripples. The surrounding void shattered as a red beast was smashed in the back by a tall man. This beast emitted a sorrowful howl as it collapsed to the ground. Catcher. Because the large dragon crashed into the ground, a crater formed that was over 100 miles long. The tall man landed atop the peak of a rocky mountain. His naked upper body revealed sculpted muscles as hard as rock, making him look like a prideful war god. This tall man dressed in red was the Good Fortune Saint Sun. This space was a martial arts practice field used by him. It was a small world located in the Good Fortune Saint Palace, and this beast that was wounded here was the hybrid descendant of a god beast and ancient vicious beast. Within the Good Fortune Saint Palace, there were super beasts with impure bloodlines being raised and bred all year long. These animals were used as opponents for the genius disciples of the Saint Palace to train with. Although these beasts possessed impure bloodlines, they were still incredibly precious creatures. Even so, Here they were used as nothing but sandbags by others. From this one could see how ridiculously wealthy the good fortune Saint Palace was. Your Highness Saint Sun, please take a break. If you hit this red dragon beast again it will die. From behind the good fortune Saint Sun, a wild woman with wheat-colored skin stepped forwards. She carried with her a towel that she used to wipe the sweat from his face. A cruel and fierce light flashed in the good fortune Saint Sun's eyes. He was in an extremely poor mood and was using this training period to vent his anger. Even so, his chest raged with a nest of fire. This fire was all due to that mysterious person. The good fortune Saint Sun had obtained all news available about the Blood Cloud Galaxy at an even earlier time than Emperor Sokia. If it were normal times, then he would have happily gloated over the losses of Imperial Prince Shishan and Fairy Blue Lotus. He would have even laughed himself awake in his dreams. But now, the Legion of Famine hadn't suffered a loss but had been completely annihilated. Even 4 of the Saint Generals had gone missing, and no matter how the good fortune Saint Sun thought about it, he couldn't imagine how the mysterious person had accomplished all of this. This was the reason he felt anxious at heart. He sent for repeated investigations into the Blood Cloud Galaxy, yet he didn't manage to find anything. The good fortune Saint Sun didn't need to be clairvoyant to know that sooner or later, this mysterious person would come looking for him. And when facing such a character that he knew nothing about, the good fortune Saint Sun felt a headache even though he had the avatar of famine. He didn't know what cards this mysterious opponent possessed or how they had eliminated the Legion of Famine. Your Highness Saint Sun, there is no need to worry. If things are truly unwell, how about notifying His Majesty the Saint Sovereign? The young and beautiful woman tentatively suggested as she saw the good fortune Saint Sun's expression. Inform His Majesty the Sovereign Ancestor? The good fortune Saint Sun immediately frowned and the young woman fell silent. Do you think that His Majesty the Saint Sovereign doesn't know the Legion of Famine has been destroyed? Every martial artist within the Legion of Famine has a spirit mark left behind by His Majesty the Sovereign Ancestor, and whether they are dead or alive, His Majesty the Sovereign Ancestor is well aware. The good fortune Saint Sun coldly muttered. The 33 heavenly Taos were the most common great Taos of the universe. They were no trifling matter. As for famine, it was being used to swallow up the causal relationship that humanity had with the 33 heavenly Taos' 9 divine shifts. But even so, this causal relationship was a part of the heavenly Tao laws. For a mortal to dare reverse the rules of the heavenly Tao, they would be forced to suffer the scourge of the heavens. This wasn't something that one could stop just because they wanted to. And in the process of swallowing the 9 divine shifts, famine and the good fortune Saint Sovereign would have to withstand heavenly tribulation. In the world of martial artists, heavenly tribulation wasn't some incredibly rare phenomenon. Whenever someone rose to the level of the heavenly Tao rules, they would have to withstand heavenly tribulation. But the heavenly Tao rules were also divided into those that were lower and those that were higher. For instance, when a martial artist broke into the Empyrean realm, when a transcendent divine might was created, when a transcendent divine pill was refined, when a god beast underwent nirvana and grew up, all of these actions would summon heavenly tribulation. However, these types of heavenly tribulation were only of the lowest order. When compared to the 9 divine shifts that famine was swallowing, the difference was as great as the heavens and earth. The good fortune Saint Sun couldn't imagine just what the heavenly tribulation that fell upon famine's body would be like. But what he knew was that if the good fortune Saint Sovereign and famine could both withstand and survive this heavenly tribulation, that would be an incredible advantage for them. With swallowing a portion of the heavenly Tao, famine might be able to undergo another evolution. If so, then the good fortune Saint Sovereign would be another step closer to reaching the boundary beyond divinity. High risks meant high returns. In fact, the good fortune Saint Sovereign had undergone 100 million years of preparation before daring to attempt something like this. He wanted to try what famine did 3.6 billion years ago. The dangers were astronomical. The slightest mistake would mean him disintegrating into nothing. With this in mind, the good fortune Saint Sun couldn't disturb the good fortune Saint Sovereign no matter what. In fact, the area where the good fortune Saint Sovereign had gone into seclusion was a secret of the highest magnitude. Not even he knew where it was. When it came to something like this, the good fortune saint sovereign wouldn't trust anyone. In particular, there was still his greatest rival, the Soul Emperor. With this person's transcendent methods, it wouldn't be difficult for him to extract any information he desired from the good fortune saint son's mind. This mysterious Soul Emperor was the character that the good fortune saint sovereign feared most in his life. Even now, the good fortune saint sovereign didn't know what endgame the Soul Emperor was playing towards. However, he had no doubts about how vast the Soul Emperor's ambitions were. If he wanted to contend with the Soul Emperor, then he could only rely on famine. If famine was able to evolve further, then it would be able to devour the infinite energy, matter, and laws of the universe, allowing it to become infinitely close to the beyond divinity boundary. The good fortune saint sovereign might even be able to use famine to swallow the Soul Emperor's destiny, and perhaps even the karma between the spiriters and the heavenly Tao. At that time, the good fortune saint sovereign would no longer fear the Soul Emperor. The chess game of the world and its secrets, the true thoughts within the good fortune saint sovereign's heart, these were things that the good fortune saint son only vaguely knew about. The eyes of the good fortune saint sovereign and the good fortune saint son saw the world differently. All that the good fortune saint sovereign saw was this world chess game, and the only ones playing it were the good fortune saint sovereign and the Soul Emperor. As for everyone else, including the good fortune saint son, the many saint Empyreans, the Legion of Famine, humanity, Empyrean divine dream, everyone else within the world, they were nothing but mere chess pieces. The only difference was that these board pieces varied between big and small, important and unimportant. Towards all of this, the good fortune saint son didn't feel sad or chagrined at all. This was the inevitable result that came from a disparity of absolute strength. At the same time, he naturally wasn't resigned to forever remaining a chess piece. Thus he had to continuously increase his strength. And presently, this mysterious person before him was a great challenge. If he couldn't pass this test and had to rely on the good fortune saint sovereign who couldn't and wouldn't help him, then what qualifications did he have to become a chess player in the future? Thinking of this, the good fortune saint son began to seethe with fighting spirit. If they want to come, then come, if they want to fight, then fight. The good fortune saint son circulated his astral essence and evaporated all the sweat and grime that covered him. Then, he put on his robes and battle armor and stepped out of the small world. He arrived at the official meeting hall, and it was at this time that a scout passed him another combat report jade slip. This jade slip left the good fortune saint son completely stunned. This was something that the saint scouts had found in the wreckage of the heavenly palace at Bloodcloud Galaxy. It was a crystal fragment with an image contained within. And coincidentally, this crystal fragment recorded the incomplete image of that mysterious person. In this image, a mysterious man rode atop a black dragon. He held a spear, shattering planets with a wave of his hand. This recording only lasted a brief moment, but the moment that the good fortune saint son saw it, he felt his heart skip a beat and his complexion turn ugly. As for the saint race military officers that were standing in the meeting hall, none of them dared to speak as they saw the good fortune saint son glower upon obtaining this information jade slip. They were afraid of attracting his anger. For a time, the entire hall fell silent. The good fortune saint son's complexion changed again and again, all sorts of thoughts rapidly racing through his mind. The weapon is a spear, the mount is a dragon, how can there be such a coincidence? He definitely remembered what occurred over 6,000 years ago when he fought in the most shameful battle of his life. During the Monster Emperor's Grand Longevity Feast, Lin Ming had jumped ranks to defeat him. Moreover, Lin Ming had leapt past an entire large boundary to do so. A divine lord had defeated a holy lord. At the time, Lin Ming had taken out a stake for his gambling fight. That was a dragon egg. In addition to this mysterious person's weapon, the good fortune saint son suddenly felt an ominous premonition cloud his heart. Although the person in this image, whether it was in cultivation methods or appearance, didn't match with Lin Ming, the good fortune saint son still thought that this person might be him. This was a speculation purely based upon his intuition. In the past, when Soaring Feather God King said that Lin Ming had died, the good fortune saint son was a bit disbelieving of this news. In his opinion, Lin Ming possessed an incredibly tough life. Would he really die so easily? It shouldn't be. For a time, the good fortune Saint Sun felt a cold chill creep in his heart, an unease and nervousness that shot up his back. Those bitten by a snake would be afraid of ropes for 10 years. The good fortune Saint Sun was a proud and lofty individual, but he actually held an unusually profound fear towards Lin Ming. This was a scab in his heart that was hard to heal. Relay my orders, issue an emergency command. Summon the Empyreans at Saint Convocation Heaven that are guarding the entrance to the wild universe. From the 1st Legion to the 6th Legion, have all of them moved to the hidden dragon galaxy. What? Suddenly hearing the good fortune Saint Sun's orders, the Saint military officers present were left bewildered. Just what was the good fortune Saint Sun planning? Saint Convocation Heaven was the supreme stronghold of the Saints and also where their main forces were located. If the 1st to 6th legions were all transferred here, wouldn't that just flood the hidden dragon galaxy? Could so many people be summoned just to deal with one Xiao Moxian? This is. His Majesty the Saint Sovereign ordered these armies to guard Saint Convocation Heaven in order to prevent any sneak attacks from the spiriters. If we are only dealing with the humans in the wild universe, they are already a race that has been beaten and broken by us. Is there really a need to draw in so many people? Are you questioning me? The good fortune Saint Sun frowned, his eyebrows looking like a lion ready to pounce in the next moment. The general gulped and shook his head. After the good fortune Saint Sovereign went into seclusion, the good fortune Saint Sun was now the highest authority of the saints. He would naturally obey these orders. What do we do about the spiriters? Another veteran officer couldn't help but ask. The good fortune Saint Sun thought for a moment before saying, if the spiriters truly intend on coming, do you think those peak Empyreans can stop them? If things really devolve to the worst situation possible, then we will give Saint Convocation Heaven to them. But, I have a feeling that they will not come, otherwise His Majesty the Sovereign Ancestor would not have dared to go into seclusion at this time. Perhaps His Majesty has already guessed a part of that old freak soul Emperor's plans. This, understood. The several veteran officers glanced at each other and nodded in agreement. Chapter 2030, The Eve of the Storm. Chapter 2030, The Eve of the Storm. Lin Ming sat deep in meditation in a remote space. In front of him, the lifeblood essence from Soaring Feather God King's feather had already been drawn out. This feather was jade green in color, and the blood thread in the center was the lifeblood essence of Soaring Feather God King. Now, this blood thread had condensed atop Lin Ming's fingertip, turned into a small mote of red light. Lin Ming waved his hand and this red light sunk into his body, swimming through his blood vessels. With the support of the feather conversion art, Soaring Feather's energy didn't come into much conflict with Lin Ming. This strength was as gentle as a feather. It dissipated into thousands and millions of threads that integrated into his muscles. A faint sound, like the passing of water through a spring, echoed into the air. For a time, Lin Ming felt his body warm up. But no matter how compatible this strength was, it would be impossible for him to completely absorb it and turn it into his own without wasting a bit. This was just like a mortal eating food. While their body could absorb it, the amount that would become their own flesh and blood was incredibly small. Time passed. After 10 days, Lin Ming was still deep in meditation. Seals of the heavenly Tao fell down. Soaring Feather's bloodline energy poured into Lin Ming's inner world, gathering into the Supreme Phantom. Lin Ming's Supreme Phantom became increasingly tall as it grew more and more. The Phantom became increasingly real. The power of divinity and demons gathered within it, including all sorts of great Tao laws circulating throughout. In that moment, Lin Ming felt that only the thinnest film blocked him from breaking into the Empyrean realm. As long as he put in a little effort, he could truly shatter through his cocoon and become a butterfly. The Supreme Phantom within his inner world would condense into true reality and he would step into the Empyrean realm. He could even faintly feel that there was a subtle contact between him and the 33 heavenly Taos. The power of heavenly tribulation seemed to brew high above him, eyeing him covetously. The Empyrean boundary was a watershed. In the last 3.6 billion years of human history, besides Divine Dream, all true divinities had gone extinct. In fact, even most human martial artists didn't know of the existence of true divinities. Because of humanity's limited vision and their customs, when they referred to the true divinities of ancient times, they called them Empyreans. An Empyrean meant the limit of human martial artists. Upon entering the Empyrean boundary, one would step onto the highest stage of the entire divine realm, sitting high atop heaven and overlooking the common world below. In the end, Lin Ming paused just before he broke into the Empyrean boundary. Afterwards, the heavenly tribulation that began brewing in the highest heavens also hid itself away. Soaring Feather God King's blood essence was strong, but its intensity didn't satisfy him. Although he could have used it to break into the Empyrean realm, the truth was that he would have barely been able to do so. What Lin Ming wanted was to further accumulate his energy, preparing for the time when he could truly soar. To become a peerless powerhouse required sufficient time. Although rice could be planted and harvested in several months, true divinity-level heavenly materials often required tens or hundreds of millions of years to breed. What Lin Ming wanted was a god-level spirit treasure, and he had even decided on a better choice. That was the avatar of famine that was controlled by the good fortune Saint Sun. Lin Ming planned on wresting away famine's avatar and then using the massive amount of blood vitality contained within to shred apart the Empyrean bottleneck in a single go. Good fortune Saint Sun, it seems we are destined to be opponents. Over 6,000 years ago we fought once, now, I will come looking for you once more. Lin Ming faintly smiled. The truth was that one of the reasons he had stirred up such chaos and turmoil in the backline of the saints was to draw the good fortune Saint Sun to him and then capture famine's avatar. But he never thought that the good fortune Saint Sun would manage to be so calm and rational about the situation. Not only did he not come, but it was Fairy Blue Lotus and the Legion of Famine that arrived instead. Although the sum total of the Legion of Famine was far inferior to famine's avatar, it was still a generous gift to Lin Ming. Now, since the good fortune Saint Sun didn't plan on coming here, Lin Ming planned to look for him on his own initiative. Blue Lotus, where is the good fortune Saint Sun now? Lin Ming called out. Fairy Blue Lotus's eyes moved. She asked, does Master wish to deal with the good fortune Saint Sun? Yes. Lin Ming nodded. As Blue Lotus listened to this, a happy expression unexpectedly appeared on her face. Although she was being controlled by Lin Ming, some of her previous preferences and personality had been retained. She had an extremely poor relationship with the good fortune Saint Sun, and he had given her considerable trouble throughout the years. It was not a secret throughout the entire saint race that the two of them were struggling against each other. In fact, the reason that Fairy Blue Lotus joined forces with Shishan was in large part because they shared a common enemy in the good fortune Saint Sun. Reporting to Master, the good fortune Saint Sun has never exchanged information with us. But, according to reports from my subordinates, the good fortune Saint Sun has been delayed in the Hidden Dragon Galaxy for a long time. Oh! What is he planning to do there? There should be some important human figure there that he wishes to deal with. As for who it is, I am not sure. The good fortune Saint Sun fears that if we were to find out this information, then we would intrude on him and steal away his prize. So, when it comes to sharing information concerning humanity, he has never done so with us. Millimeter, I understand. Then our next stop will be the Hidden Dragon Galaxy. As Lin Ming spoke, he was a bit worried. Just who was this important human figure that Blue Lotus spoke of? For such a long time, the whereabouts of the various top human influences had been kept secret. Besides themselves, no other human influences knew about their location in order to prevent spies from leaking information. This created a great deal of hardship for Lin Ming as he tried to look for the human elites. Let's go. As Lin Ming spoke, a black palace began spinning in front of him, rapidly increasing in size until it expanded to hundreds of miles in radius. This was Primordius' Heavenly Palace. Lin Ming was the first to fly into the Heavenly Palace. Behind him, the 4 Saint Generals, 2,000 World Kings, and tens of thousands of Holy Lords followed like a swarm of flies, everyone submerged into Primordius' Heavenly Palace. The giant black palace changed shape before it sank into the void, disappearing from sight. Due to Lin Ming's actions against the Legion of Famine, a great storm had begun rising up within the Hidden Dragon Galaxy. The saint armies of Saint Convocation Heaven were already rushing towards the Hidden Dragon Galaxy. As for the human races Empyrean Sokia and the others, they were also organizing their forces to advance towards the Hidden Dragon Galaxy. More and more masters began gathering. Dark Demon Monarch has arrived. At the edge of the Hidden Dragon Galaxy, where Mount Potala was stationed, Emperor Sokia's thoughts stirred. The great doors to the hall opened and a scholarly man wearing black robes and half a silver mask began walking in. And behind this scholarly man was a black-clothed young girl. This black-clothed young girl was extremely eye-catching. She only appeared to be around 16 to 17 years old and she wasn't too tall either. But she carried a 9-foot-long blood-red scythe on her back. This scythe was incredibly exaggerated in build. It had 3 sharp fang blades that decreased in size from top to bottom, and the edges of those blades gleamed with a chilling cold. Even the smallest fang blade was half a foot wide. If such a ferocious-looking weapon were to slash a person's body, the damage it would cause could be imagined. This scythe was much taller than the black-clothed young girl was, and she could only carry it on her back by placing it slanted. When this was combined with her milky white skin, it created an intense visual contrast. This black-clothed young girl was named Sable Ink and she was Dark Demon Monarch's direct disciple. She possessed an outstanding talent and was even said to be second only to Xiao Moxian. She had been born 2,000 years after Xiao Moxian, and now her cultivation was at the early Great World King realm. From Great World King to a half-step Empyrean, many geniuses required several thousand years to complete this step. Thus, even though this black-clothed girl was 2,000 years younger than her peers, her cultivation wasn't much lower than Jun Bluemoon and the others. Demon Monarch, it is too good to see you. Although Emperor Sokia was a monk, he was considered a war monk. When he spoke he had never been as restrained as Great Limitless Buddha had been. Dark Demon Monarch's arrival left Emperor Sokia overjoyed with excitement. When it came to the combat strength of humanity's various Empyreans, Dark Demon Monarch was considered amongst the peak. Moreover, Dark Demon Palace managed to almost entirely preserve their inheritances, and they even had a future peerless genius in Sable Ink. Battle Buddha, Great Limitless Buddha, as well as our friends the God Race and Celestials, I am glad to see you all safely standing here today. Dark Demon Monarch cupped his fists together and bowed. The feeling he gave off was that of a well-mannered gentleman, smooth and elegant. You have received the news too, right? Is Battle Buddha referring to this mysterious person who routed the Legion of Famine, and also of the good fortune Saint Sun gathering his troops to march upon the Hidden Dragon Galaxy? Yes. I have no idea what the good fortune Saint Sun is planning, but he has suddenly mobilized numerous armies. It somewhat feels like he is planning a showdown of some kind. It should be due to that mysterious person. This mysterious person will look for the good fortune Saint Sun sooner or later, and the good fortune Saint Sun will not feel safe with the avatar of famine alone. Rather, he wants numerous Saint Empyreans to join forces with him. This doesn't seem like the good fortune Saint Sun's normal style at all. He has always been a brash and confident individual, even somewhat haughty, but now that he is facing this mysterious person he is actually being so careful. It's clear from this just how much he fears this person. This mysterious person is indeed incredible. The saints have been in the limelight for far too long. With the spiriters remaining quiet, they have nearly swept throughout the entire 33 heavens with no one daring to offend them. However, that mysterious person has relied on their strength alone to cause the saints to suffer such disastrous defeats. That is truly terrifying. I have a premonition that this mysterious person will come seek us out. As Emperor Sokia spoke to hear, his eyes sparkled. At this time, a messenger transmitted information to him. The saint armies had appeared several hundred millions of miles away. Dark Demon Monarch and Emperor Sokia both rapidly read through the information jade slip. According to the direction that they arrived from, these armies should have come from Saint Convocation Heaven. Everyone had already guessed that a great battle would erupt in the Hidden Dragon Galaxy. But they never imagined that this battle would come so quickly. What do we do? Dark Demon Monarch asked Emperor Sokia. We fight. Brilliant fighting intent blazed in Emperor Sokia's eyes. The reason they came to the Hidden Dragon Galaxy was to support Xiao Morxian and assist the mysterious person. They couldn't always wait for that mysterious person to appear and strike out on his own. Rather, following the information they received, they would have to take the initiative at times, launching a frontal assault on the Saint armies and giving the mysterious person a chance to do what they needed to. Emperor Sokia was very much looking forwards to the battle between this mysterious person and the good fortune Saint Sun. Chapter 2031. Collision. Chapter 2031. Collision. In the dark and ghostly starry skies, giant phantoms flew forwards. This was the second legion of the Saint armies and was considered to be one of the most mysterious and terrifying legions subordinate to the Saints. The Saints' second legion was composed entirely of primal saints. The Saints controlled 7 heavens. Because this area was far too vast and communication was rare, the Saints within the various universes evolved separately, diverging off into numerous branches. The primal saints were one such branch. Their mortal bodies and bloodlines were stronger, they were more robust and burly, and their skin was a brownish black. But these things weren't the truly defining special characteristics of the primal saints. What truly defined them was their spirit ships. The primal saints' spirit ships weren't spirit treasures that had been forged and refined, but genuine living life forms. These massive life forms were spindle-shaped. Their bodies were 100 miles long and countless green points of light lit them up. These green lights flickered in the darkness of space and served as an extremely striking contrast. From behind their bodies, long tentacles reached out, and fins unfurled from their sides. From afar they seemed like squid swimming through the water. Of course, they were billions and trillion times larger than a squid. Moreover, they weren't life forms that had evolved in the seas, but life forms that had evolved to live in the starry skies. With their mortal bodies as a ship, one could roam freely through space. These were ancient space beasts, primordial monsters that resided in the Saint Brahmic heavens. The primal saints also lived in the Saint Brahmic heavens, and the powerhouses there were able to use their overwhelming strength to subdue these space beasts and make them sign contracts where these space beasts became their spirit ships. These ancient beasts possessed a separate space within their bodies that could carry tens of thousands of ancient warriors. After these ancient beasts grew up, their bodies could surpass hundreds of miles in length, and they also possessed a horrifying strength. Their tentacles could take root in the center of a planet and absorb its essence, eventually sucking dry all of a planet's origin energy. The Saints' Second Legion was entirely composed of these primal saints and giant squid creatures. Their combat strength was dreadful. The weakest of these giant squid possessed a peak Holy Lord level strength, and many of them neared a world king in power. There were even a dozen some ancient space beasts that were several thousand miles in length which possessed the strength of an Empyrean. As for the primal saints, they had even more Empyreans amongst their ranks. The leader of the Second Legion was an Empyrean and the patriarch of the primal saint race. He had reached the peak Empyrean realm over 10 million years ago, and even amongst peak Empyreans he was considered an outstanding individual. In addition, the Second Legion had several vice-commanders that were also peak Empyreans. The Saints had a number of Empyreans over 10 times that of humanity, and now they had come out in force. The Saints had 6 main legions stationed at Saint Convocation Heaven, and any single one of these legions had over 50 Empyreans. In front there is a legion of humans that has launched an attack against us. From within an ancient space beast, atop a giant array disk projection, one could see a giant golden Buddha. This golden Buddha was emitting a dazzling golden light, and an incredibly terrifying amount of energy was constantly condensing within it. It was clear that it was preparing to emit a monstrous blow. A golden Buddha. According to our intelligence, that should be the pack of monks from Mount Potala. The one leading them is Emperor Sokia, one of humanity's peak masters. On the central throne inside the ancient space beast, a middle-aged man wrapped in black battle armor slowly spoke. This ancient space beast was the flagship of the primal saints. This flagship alone had 3 peak Empyreans aboard. Engage them. The orders that the good fortune Saint Sun passed down to us are to surround the Hidden Dragon Galaxy and form a blockade. While we need to whittle down the human forces as much as possible, it is more important that we delay for time. In particular, we must focus on information concerning that mysterious man. Since these human fools have delivered themselves to our door, let's fight them here. The black-armored middle-aged man was the current patriarch of the Primal Saints. In the war against humanity, the Primal Saints would also be able to obtain a massive amount of benefits. As for how great these benefits were, it would all depend on their military exploits. If they could heavily damage Mount Potala's forces, then that would definitely be a great merit for them. Over a dozen giant ancient space beasts gathered together in the starry skies, forming 3 super-massive space beasts that were over 3,000 miles in length. At the same time, dozens of Empyreans began pouring their energies into these space beasts from within, causing a terrifying black light to shoot out. This black light collided with the golden light emitted from Mount Potala's giant Buddha ship. Bang! In that moment it was like a sun exploded. The surrounding void for millions of miles completely shattered and terrifying space-time storms swept out, rolling up everything within it. These two great influences had dozens of Empyreans joining together to exchange strikes. The energy detonation created was incredibly dreadful, and even the shockwaves were alarming. Though the two fleets were over 1,000,000 miles away from each other, they still received varying degrees of damage. Within the giant golden Buddha, Emperor Sokia frowned. The Saints were simply too horribly formidable. Between the Saints and humans existed a disparity of Empyreans that was nearly insurmountable. Now that the good fortune Saint Sun transferred so many Empyreans here, they had created an absolute power that far outstripped humanity. They had only encountered a single legion, and yet things had become so troublesome. Once the other legions arrived, then it would be difficult for them to have any effect within the Hidden Dragon Galaxy. It couldn't be forgotten that within the Hidden Dragon Galaxy also lurked Famine's avatar and the good fortune Saint Sun. Although the Saints had suffered repeated losses because of the mysterious person, the Saints were still far above humanity in strength. These Saint bastards, if we continue fighting like this, then it will be difficult for us to carry out our original rescue plan. Tobague said. Lin Ming had shown great graciousness to the ancient races, thus he was particularly anxious to save Xiao Moxian and Lin Huang. At this time, the armies of Mount Potala were startled because of the strength of their opponents. But at the same time, on the Saint side, the Primal Saint Patriarch also thought that Mount Potala's strength far surpassed his expectations. Our opponents should have less Empyreans than we do, and we also have the ancient space beasts coordinating our attacks. Our total combat strength should have risen 50%, and yet the result is, we still couldn't manage to suppress them. Humanity truly does have a few outstanding elites that cannot be underestimated. What should we do? If we continue fighting, then it will only be a stalemate. The blood that we will have to spill doesn't seem worth it. Although the Primal Saints desired military exploits, they wouldn't do something like paying a ridiculously steep price to obtain them. Don't worry. The orders we received are only to blockade the Hidden Dragon Galaxy and make sure that mysterious person is delayed outside to draw out more time. It doesn't matter if we don't do anything to our enemies. As long as we complete our task, then we will still receive military merits. I don't have any idea what the good fortune Saint Sun is planning. It's as if there is something within this Hidden Dragon Galaxy that is extremely important to him. As the Primal Saints discussed the situation, their attacks didn't stop. The fight had already reached an impasse. Mount Potala and the Primal Saints had both suffered damage. The fierce battle continued for less than an hour. Mount Potala lost 7 or 8 spirit ships, but the truth was that these spirit ships were moving battle array formations. Peak array masters had refined array formation cores and then wrapped them in metallic armor. Once the human warriors within these spirit ships distributed themselves across the battlefield, they could rapidly gather their strength together and erupt with a terrifying barrage. This was the most effective combat method for warfare between armies. The collective superimposed power of an army was inevitably much greater than that of an individual. As Mount Potala lost 7 or 8 spirit ships, and the Primal Saints also lost around 10 ancient space beasts. The blood of the space beasts scattered out, dyeing the endless void red. Even though both sides hadn't gone all out, this war scene was still incredibly brutal. But in the end, it was the human side that withdrew first. This was because their scouts had reported that far off in the distant starry space, another Saint army was approaching. Without a doubt, this army also came from Saint Convocation Heaven. If Mount Potala were to continue this current battle, then they would inevitably be encircled. At that time, the losses would be dire. Emperor Sokya couldn't help but issue an order for the retreat of the army. The human spirit ships withdrew for 10 million miles. Then, after undergoing 2 great void shifts, they temporarily stationed themselves within a hidden nebula. Like this, they had gone even farther from the core region of the Hidden Dragon Galaxy. This caused many human martial artists to frown. So far nothing in their rescue plan had gone well. They never thought that so many Saint armies would gather in the Hidden Dragon Galaxy, seeming as if they planned to launch a final showdown here. The Saints have established a blockade surrounding the core region of the Hidden Dragon Galaxy. Just the 2nd Legion alone is on par with us in strength. With the other legions added on, the Saints have a total war strength over 5 times our own. This doesn't even include the good fortune Saint Sun. Within the official meeting hall, the various commanders of humanity were analyzing the reports sent in by the scouts. All of them were frowning. The truth was that several human armies had yet to catch up. For instance, the armies led by Skyrend Godlord and Empyrean Vast Universe. But even if they arrived, they still wouldn't be able to change anything. The disparity was too great. With humanity's strength, they could engage the Saints in guerrilla warfare. But once they met in direct battle, there would be far too many problems that would appear. What lies in front of us now are the 2nd and 3rd legions of the Saint armies. The 2 legions have joined together, so it will be impossible for us to break through. But it seems that they don't have any intention of launching an attack on us on their own initiative. They have only activated array formation enchantments and are waiting for us to come. The Saints had only established light layers of array formation enchantments. To destroy them was extremely easy, but once a high-level martial artist were to run in, the enchantment would immediately discover their presence. In addition, these enchantments had the ability to prevent sound transmissions from coming in or out, and were able to block out all communication that passed between the human forces. In this situation, the Hidden Dragon Galaxy was like an isolated island separated from the world. Emperor Sokya and the others were all convening an emergency military meeting in order to plan their next step. But at this time, no one noticed that in a place deep in the universe, the dark starry void tore open. A black fortress flew out like a ghost from a space crack. Master, the Saint armies have been discovered up ahead. Within the black fortress, Blue Lotus's voice echoed out from a chamber. The Saint race armies? In the chamber, a black-clothed youth opened his eyes from his meditation. Chapter 2032, Black Fortress. Chapter 2032, Black Fortress. The chamber door was pushed open and Lin Ming appeared at the entrance. He was like a sharp and swift spear, emitting a breathtaking momentum from his head to his toes. Master, Blue Lotus bowed. Rise. Tell me what the situation is. Lin Ming stepped in front of a porthole. From this porthole he could already see vague and blurry dots of light in the far-off distance. These were the numerous spirit ships of the Saint Legions. It was clear that there was a force of saints in front of them, and the size of their army was massive. Reporting to Master, it has already been verified that what lies in front is the 2nd Legion and 3rd Legion of the Saints. They should have been stationed in Saint Convocation Heaven, but for some reason have been transferred to the Hidden Dragon Galaxy. Fairy Blue Lotus had an extremely keen understanding into the Saints. She only needed to see the silhouette of those giant squid-like space beasts and count their approximate number to understand that the 2nd Legion had come out in full strength. As for the 3rd Legion, they also had a title like the 2nd Legion. They were called the Iron Lion Legion and possessed similarly unique characteristics. These characteristics were defined by the spirit ships they drove. From afar, these spirit ships appeared to be giant metal lions. The Iron Lion Legion was composed of the Saint race's Astral Saint tribe. The Astral Saint tribe gathered the best array masters and refining masters of the Saints. They were able to arrange the most powerful array formations and subsequently refine them into top-grade spirit ships. These spirit ships that the Iron Lion Legion utilized were all Empyrean-level spirit treasures. The several flagships leading them were in no way worse than Primordius' heavenly palace. During a battle between armies, the use of a spirit ship was undeniably essential. The quality of its array formations was directly correlated to its martial artists' offensive and defensive capabilities. Back when Lin Ming fought Tian Mingzi and a massive disparity in strength still divided them, he was able to use Primordius' heavenly palace to catch a moment of reprieve before finally reversing the battle. Fairy Blue Lotus gave every piece of detailed information she knew about the Saint's 2nd and 3rd legions to Lin Ming. She even knew the internal sound transmission marks of the army. If she wanted, she could intercept part of their information transmissions. According to the current situation, the Good Fortune Saint Sun should have gathered several armies to come to the Hidden Dragon Galaxy. These armies were originally responsible for guarding Saint Convocation Heaven and to serve as a deterrent against the Spiriters. They wouldn't be easily transferred here. But presently, the Good Fortune Saint Sun has started to gather all these armies here. This is an extremely unusual decision. From the evidence, he might be aiming at some powerhouse. The Saint armies stationed at Saint Convocation Heaven possess over 400 Empyreans, and even peak Empyreans aren't uncommon. These peak Empyreans each have incredibly deep backgrounds and have concealed their true strengths, even I do not know the particular details on them. In addition, each of these Saint Legions possesses a special attribute. For instance, the 2nd Legion has the ancient space beasts and the 3rd Legion has the Empyrean-level spirit treasure Iron Lion battleships. As Fairy Blue Lotus spoke to here, she cautiously peeked at Lin Ming. The giant Saint armies and their numerous hidden masters were laid out in front of Lin Ming. This was no trifling force, and she was curious what countermeasures her master would take. Lin Ming's eyes narrowed. He gazed at the 2nd and 3rd legions deep in space, and then succinctly said, "Kill them all." With an order of just 3 words, this command left Fairy Blue Lotus's heart racing. Understood. The 2nd and 3rd Saint Legions only discovered Lin Ming approaching them a full hour later. This was because Lin Ming only had a single spirit ship and the target was far too small, giving him an advantage conducive to hiding. As for the Saints, their army was far too large and they couldn't hide themselves at all. Moreover, this was also because Fairy Blue Lotus had an extremely sharp understanding of the Saints. With her personally scouting the way, how could the Saint Scouts possibly hope to compete with her? An unknown spirit ship is approaching. A warning suddenly rang through the Saint armies. At this time, from a mere million miles away, a pitch-black fortress was hurtling towards them. This fortress seemed to meld in with the surrounding darkness of space, making it nearly imperceptible. Its surface didn't shine with the least bit of gloss, making it appear like a city of dead ghosts. "Who is it? Hurry and stop where you are." A dignified voice spread through space. This was a warning from a Saint Empyrean. The pitch-black castle was the transformed form of Primordius' heavenly palace. Lin Ming had used the ancient Elysium seal to stabilize the eye of Primordius' heavenly palace. The ancient Elysium seal was originally forged to be the center of a grand array formation, and was a true divinity spirit treasure personally refined by Empyrean divine seal. With it stabilized the central eye of Primordius' heavenly palace, the array formation of the heavenly palace had become several times stronger. In the past, Primordius' heavenly palace was comparable to the flagships of the Iron Lion Legion. But now it far outstripped those flagships in power. Primordius' heavenly palace floated closer and closer. In the darkness of space, it was like an ancient vicious beast lying dormant in the depths of the universe, seething with killing intent. "Attack!" a commanding officer of the Saint armies mercilessly ordered. This unidentified spirit ship didn't listen to warnings and was continuing to approach them. In order to ensure the safety of the fleet, they would naturally eliminate it. According to all common sense, this sort of small spirit ship facing off against the combined fleet of 2 Saint army legions was no different from a mouse against lions. The difference was so incredibly great that it was simply impossible to pose any threat. However, the joint armies of the Saints had received orders from the Good Fortune Saint Sun to be wary of the presence of a mysterious person. Although the officers of the joint armies felt the rumors about this mysterious figure were a bit exaggerated, as military officers they strictly obeyed orders. They weren't stupid enough to make mistakes because of some sense of blind arrogance. Over a dozen spirit ships began to light up with a divine light. More than 20 Empyreans simultaneously struck out against Lin Ming. This was already a terrifying strike. However, as everyone thought that this black fortress would be annihilated by the divine light, the surface of the fortress began to exude a bright halo of bloody fog. As the divine light struck this bloody fog, an unbelievable scene occurred. The bloody fog trembled for several moments before completely swallowing up the divine light. The joint attack of over 20 Empyreans actually vanished like a stone in water, disappearing without doing any damage to the Black Fortress. What? The Saint martial artists were stunned. And at this time, the Black Fortress accelerated forward. With mind-boggling speed, it impacted towards the core of the joint Saint legions. Primordius' heavenly palace was extremely fast to begin with, and now that it had evolved with the true divinity spirit treasure Ancient Elysium seal and in a situation where it burnt 9 sun jades without reserve, its speed now surpassed the speed of a peak Empyrean. Legion of Famine, obey my orders. Activate body metamorphosis. Within the core of Primordius' heavenly palace, the Legion of Famine's tens of thousands of holy lords and 2,000 world kings were already standing firmly around the array formation. As Lin Ming issued an order, these Legion of Famine warriors began to emit crackling sounds from all over their bodies. Bloody tentacles drilled out from their bodies, wildly waving about in the air. After the Legion of Famine underwent body metamorphosis, their strength nearly rose by an entire large boundary. A peak holy lord could compare with a world king, a great world king could compare with an Empyrean. The power of 54,000 holy lords gathered onto 2,000 ordinary world kings and then further channeled into 180 great world kings. After undergoing body metamorphosis, these great world kings all possessed the combat strength of an Empyrean. When all was added together, the Legion of Famine possessed a terrifying strength comparable to 200 Empyreans. Within the second and third Saint Legions, their Empyreans added together came up to just over 100. The Legion of Famine's war strength was only comparable to the weakest of Empyreans. But, because they were connected together by the flesh and blood of famine, making them all of the same origin, the formations they were able to line up in were something that normal Saint martial artists could not compare with. When it came to comparing in ultimate strength, the Legion of Famine was superior. After those 180 Empyrean-level martial artists were also 4 Saint generals personally commanding them. At this time, besides Fairy Blue Lotus not transforming, Dark Moon, High Sun, and Shishan had already completed their famine body metamorphosis. These 3 originally had the combat strength of an Empyrean and were even considered amazingly strong amongst Empyreans. After undergoing body metamorphosis, their strength reached the level of peak Empyreans. High Sun had transformed into an ancient vicious beast, Dark Moon had become a pitilessly seductive sorceress, and Shishan's clothes had torn apart as his former handsome appearance disappeared, replaced by the visage of a cruel and ferocious demon. All the spiritual strength of the Legion of Famine poured into Lin Ming. Then, he attacked. With his right hand grasping the black dragon spear, he suddenly stabbed it into the array heart. The ancient Elysium seal hummed and revolved around him, stabilizing the eye of the array formation. Lin Ming gathered his hands together. The power of divinity and demons erupted and a terrifying strength gushed out from Primordius' heavenly palace. Compared to the great explosion that had destroyed the Saint Race army at Blood Cloud Galaxy, this attack was several times stronger. Moreover, this strength was no longer an indiscriminate attack, but was focused in clear directions. The energies gathered into beams of light that shot out in all directions. With this, the striking efficiency of the attack increased 100 times over. Puff, puff, paw. 3 Iron Lion battleships were pierced through by light beams, instantly exploding and disintegrating to nothing. The highly condensed light beam immediately vaporized the 3 Empyreans atop the battleships. And these light beams only became faster and fiercer as they shot forwards. Some light beams even penetrated 2 spirit ships at once. The hell? Damn it! Seeing this terrifying divine light swallow all, the peak Empyreans of the joint Saint Legions were panic-stricken. Their figures disappeared from their spirit ships, and in the next moment they appeared in the vast and boundless starry space. 8 peak Empyreans moved together, gathering their energies to lock in Primordius' heavenly palace so that it wouldn't be able to emit its energy and would self-destruct in response. Scatter. Attack. A peak Empyrean sent out an order. This order was simple, so simple that to some it might be hard to understand. However, the spirit ships of the joint Saint Legions responded quickly. All of the spirit ships dispersed, moving back even as they launched attacks towards Primordius' heavenly palace. They were assisting the 8 peak Empyreans in suppressing Primordius' heavenly palace. To execute these maneuvers so perfectly, one couldn't help but marvel at how terrifyingly skilled the Saint Legions were. But unfortunately, the opponent they encountered was Lin Ming. Bang! Bang! 2 more Iron Lion battleships were pierced through by a beam of light, immediately exploding to ashes. And at this time, a resonant dragon's roar echoed through the world. The cosmic void ripped apart and a dragon head 1,000 miles long peered out. Its dark amber eyes coldly stared at its prey in the vastness of space. Chapter 2033, Scattered Like Leaves. Chapter 2033, Scattered Like Leaves. Roar. The great dark dragon roared upwards, a terrifying dragon roar stirring up a storm. Its giant jaws opened wide and bit down on a primal saint's ancient space beast. The ancient space beast was over 100 miles long, and yet it was unexpectedly ripped open by the black dragon's jaws. It cried out miserably, violently struggling, but in the end it couldn't free itself from the black dragon's grasp. Its body was torn in half and the ruined pieces of flesh and blood were directly swallowed up into the black dragon's stomach. The black dragon didn't pause. It waved its thick tail, wildly sweeping out like a knife. Peng! 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 Multiple Iron Lion battleships were slashed in half by the dragon tail. Space beast after space beast was severed in two by the black dragon's razor-sharp wings. Storms of energy whipped up as blood filled the skies. The ancient space beasts were horrifying monsters of the void, but how could they stand side by side with a black dragon that possessed a king bloodline and had also swallowed the flesh and blood essence of famine? Roar. The black dragon threw itself onto a 1,000-mile-long king of the space beasts. This giant squid was only as long as the black dragon's body, and it wielded its thick tentacles, wanting to pierce through the black dragon and push it away. However, the black dragon's strength was at a level this squid simply couldn't compare with. The black dragon's sharp claws dug deep into the ancient space beast's body. Beneath the rending claws, the massive tentacles of the space beast were truly no different from those of an actual squid. They were torn apart at the root. Attack! Attack that black dragon! A peak Empyrean cried out in alarm. The ancient space beast being torn apart was his life's contract beast, and as he saw his own contract beast being ripped apart to the point of death, he felt his heart drip blood. However, just as he shouted out these words, he wasn't able to open his mouth again, nor did he have any way to help his contract beast. This was because he could feel an even more terrifying energy storm brewing within the Black Fortress, one that was completely beyond his control. Even though they had 8 peak Empyreans joining together, in addition to support from the 2nd and 3rd Legions, they still couldn't contend with the might of this Black Fortress. It was hard to imagine just how deep and horrifying the background of the character in the Black Fortress was. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In that moment, 3 figures flew out from within Primordius' heavenly palace. These figures were Lin Ming's avatars. They were completely similar to Lin Ming in appearance. As the 4 of them stood in the center of the array formation, Lin Ming's aura doubled and doubled yet again. Lin Ming's hands weaved together, forming a yin-yang diagram. The power of divinity and demons as well as the power of the Holy Scripture and Heavenly Sutra were all fused into the array formation through him. The other 3 Lin Mings also used their own methods. Pure strength of essence, energy, and divine constantly flowed into the great array. For a time, the array formation began to light up like a massive sun. A terrifying strength erupted like 10,000 tsunamis smashing out together. Bang! Energy erupted, colliding with the 8 peak empyreans surrounding Primordius' heavenly palace and causing them to all tumble backwards, vomiting blood. In that brief moment, their meridians had broken in innumerable places and their blood vitality had been overdrawn, causing their strength to fall to the lowest ditch. Ah! 2 peak empyreans cried out in pain. The instant they flew backwards, 2 incredibly thick beams of light shot out from Primordius' heavenly palace, directly piercing through these 2 peak empyreans. Puff! Blood shot out. The mortal bodies of peak empyreans were incredibly tough. Even after being struck by these terrifying beams of light, they didn't instantly die, but were simply pierced through. Yet in this battle, being struck by a light beam was no different from immediately dying. The black dragon howled into the starry space and swiftly flew over. Its 2 great claws stretched out, fishing up these 2 peak empyreans and swallowing them into its stomach. As a top-rank god beast, the black dragon also possessed the ability to absorb the essence energy of powerhouses and transform it into its own strength. However, it just didn't possess the abnormal swallowing talent that Famine did. In this battle, the black dragon reaped far too many benefits. The ancient space beasts were recklessly eaten up by it. This scene was similar to a tiger leaping into a flock of sheep, their crimson blood turning space red. 6 peak empyreans were heavily wounded and 2 perished. The joint Saint Legions had taken these 8 Saint Empyreans as the core of their resistance, and with this strike their energy net they cast over Primordius' heavenly palace was immediately torn open. In a flash, the energy of Primordius' heavenly palace was like a flood bursting out from a shattered dam, recklessly hurtling outward. Beams of crimson divine light shot out, passing through the joint Saint Legions like divine blade. These beams of light were unstoppable. Every Iron Lion spirit ship that was struck immediately exploded into space dust, and the ancient space beasts were sliced in half, their blood flying out. Primordius' heavenly palace was a giant meat grinder that tore through the joint Saint Legions. Wherever it went, the amazingly powerful Saint Legions would disintegrate. This was no different from a one-sided slaughter. From tens of millions of miles away, the scouts of Mount Potala saw beams of divine light illuminate the horizon. What is happening? That's where the joint Saint Legions are. Could they have started fighting? After the joint Saint Legions came to a stop and stationed themselves, the human alliance naturally had to keep an eye on their actions. This distance was already the limit that these human scouts could investigate from. If they were to approach any close, then there was a high chance they would be discovered by the Saints. If so, the consequences could be imagined. But now, as they saw such a massive change occurring in the joint Saint Legions, they couldn't sit idly by. Let's go and take a look. Everyone be careful. Understood. Scouting was a dangerous field of work, but at this time it was their duty to gather information on what was occurring. 6 World King-level scouts quietly disappeared into the void, rapidly rushing towards the area where the great battle was erupting. More and more explosions rang through the world. The divine light shining from all over became increasingly bright. The Saint fleets had been scared silly from the amount of slaughter occurring. They were all top elites, but in a battle where the disparity in strength was so massive, and in facing this enemy that was like a Death Reaper, they simply couldn't summon the courage to keep fighting. Retreat. Everyone, scatter and retreat. The primal Saint Patriarch endured the pain in his heart to issue this order. But just as he was issuing the order, his voice fell silent, as if his words had been cut in half by an icy saber. At this time, the primal Saint Patriarch felt his entire body turn cold and his pupils contract. Just 100 feet away from him, a black-clothed shadow had torn open space and walked out from a space crack like a death god paying a visit. This man held a black spear, his eyes overflowing with killing intent. The primal Saint Patriarch immediately understood that this was the mysterious person the Good Fortune Saint Sun spoke of. Although the Good Fortune Saint Sun had repeatedly emphasized that this mysterious person was not to be underestimated, if the primal Saint Patriarch didn't see with his own eyes, it would be impossible for him to profoundly realize just how true the Good Fortune Saint Sun's words were. Originally, he even believed that the Good Fortune Saint Sun was making a great fuss over nothing to order the 6 legions of the Saints to transfer over to the Hidden Dragon Galaxy. After all, This was all in order to deal with a single mysterious person. But now, the primal Saint Patriarch realized he had been wrong, and wrong to an outrageous degree. The primal Saint Patriarch looked at Lin Ming. His eyes flashed with red light, and in that moment he burnt his blood essence without hesitation. The blood vitality of a peak Saint Empyrean was extremely powerful. Now that it was burnt, it was like a sun rising in the night sky. For the surroundings hundreds of thousands of miles, everyone began to heat up because of this peak Saint Empyrean burning up his blood essence. The primal saints were a brave and bloody clan. Although they were cruel and merciless to other races, when the moment of life or death truly arrived, they wouldn't shrink backward. Several peak Empyreans appeared around Lin Ming. They all started to burn their blood essence together. At this time, none of them had any other choice. Lin Ming faced 4 peak Empyreans together, the remaining 2 were dealt with by the Black Dragon. As for Primordius' Heavenly Palace, Lin Ming had handed down command to Fairy Blue Lotus. She already possessed the ability to command the Legion of Famine, and now that the flesh and blood of famine had been fused into her, commanding them was even easier. The reason Lin Ming didn't have Fairy Blue Lotus under body metamorphosis was to have her command the Legion of Famine in the most clear-headed manner possible. More beams of light shot out. Another spirit ship was torn apart, and it was now that Lin Ming attacked. 4 peak Empyreans stood in 4 different directions. Lin Ming swept out his spear, first targeting the primal Saint Patriarch. The Patriarch was the strongest of the 4, but he was Lin Ming's first target. This was self-confidence that stemmed from his own strength. Lin Ming's attack wasn't flashy, it was only a simple straight thrust. But his speed was too fast, surpassing the rate with which one could react. Spear light howled out. Behind Lin Ming, 9 great stars floated in the air. 5 Dao palaces opened up together and the power of divinity and demons wildly flooded outward. There was simply no time to dodge. The primal Saint Patriarch could only roar out loud and take a giant axe to smash down at Lin Ming. In that instant, Lin Ming and the primal Saint Patriarch were like 2 meteors clashing together in space. Bang! Energy ripples visible to the naked eye began spreading outwards. From this single clash, the primal Saint Patriarch was hurled backwards like a comet. The blood vessels on his body had burst open due to the excessive impact force and his arms were stained with blood. The great axe in his hands was pounded into a curve, making it look like a drawn bow. Damn it! The 3 other Empyreans roared and rushed towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming's blood bubbled over with heat. He grasped his long spear, sweeping out. Pang! 3 peak Empyreans that burnt their blood essence were sent flying away, all of them vomiting blood. This was simply a one-sided massacre. Just as the primal Saint Patriarch recovered, he saw Lin Ming rapidly flying towards him. With another great bellow, he grabbed his great axe and brought it crashing down at Lin Ming's head. However, Lin Ming didn't even attempt to evade. He grasped the Black Dragon's spear and also smashed it outwards. With another collision, the primal Saint Patriarch's arms fractured and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body ripped open like a bag of blood, and even white bones were visible. Tens of thousands of miles away, everything that occurred fell into the eyes of the human scouts. They used specialized eye techniques to see what was occurring. Whether it was the Black Fortress that continued to shoot out beams of divine light or that peerless powerhouse that easily suppressed 4 peak Saint Empyreans, everything left them utterly dumbfounded. That person, that must be the mysterious person. A scout said with a sound transmission, his heart shocked. It must be him, it can only be him. The scouts looked at each other, a burning heat visible in their eyes. Chapter 2034, Contacting Humanity. Chapter 2034, Contacting Humanity. The human forces had long since wanted to contact this mysterious person. However, due to the threat of the saints and the blockades they set up, their scope of actions was restrained so that they couldn't find a hint of this mysterious person's shadow at all. In fact, let alone the human forces being able to find this mysterious person, even the saints who had carefully and deliberately calculated the area in which he would appear were annihilated when they tried to set up a trap for him. And on this day, The human scouts were finally able to see this mysterious person with their own eyes. How could they not be excited? In these past months, the fame of this mysterious person had spread throughout the entire wild universe, and perhaps even the rest of the 33 heavens knew of him. The explosions stirred up massive waves of energy, forcing the scouts to stay back at a far-off distance. As they saw the Saint Spirit ships being destroyed, all of them were inexplicably excited. Not too long ago, these human scouts had participated in the bloody battle between Mount Potala and the Second Saint Legion. They personally experienced just how strong the Second Saint Legion had been and how ridiculously formidable those squid-like space beasts were. Not only did they have amazing defensive capabilities, but their mortal bodies were tough and resilient, able to repel attacks. And their tentacles were a nightmare to all enemies. Once entangled by them, countless suckers would draw out the strength of their prey. Such frightening enemies were truly the scourge of humanity. But now, these monsters were being directly punctured through by the beams of divine light, collapsing with a single blow. As for the terrifying black dragon, it killed those monsters like a lion in a pack of rabbits, no sense of difficulty at all. Moreover, the mysterious person was facing not just the Saint race's Second Legion, but also the Third Legion, the Iron Lion Legion. Humanity only had a pitiable amount of information concerning the Iron Lion Legion. However, this didn't prevent them from speculating just how strong the Iron Lion Legion must be. If they could be called one of the Saint race's 6 great Legion armies, then their combined war strength should be no less than the wartime alliance of Mount Potala. And today, these 2 legions that had gathered together into a single Super Saint army were destined to suffer catastrophic destruction. This great battle hadn't continued for long. Even if those 4 peak Empyreans joined forces, they still weren't able to change anything. In the first place, Lin Ming already possessed the ability to directly suppress the life feather left behind by Soaring Feather God King. Now that he faced 4 Empyreans, the strength they possessed simply wasn't able to oppose him. Puff! Lin Ming's spear pierced through the throat of the primal Saint Patriarch. The death of the Patriarch was the final straw. The Saint fleets gave up on any attempts to organize an effective counterattack. As they were being suppressed by Primordius' Heavenly Palace, they retreated backwards in total defeat. Primordius' Heavenly Palace was unstoppable. The Legion of Famine cast out their energy, forming 2 giant halos of light that surged outwards, cutting apart more spirit ship. And at this time, Lin Ming's 3 avatars also rushed out from Primordius' Heavenly Palace. Throughout the years, these 3 avatars had grown together with Lin Ming, and their strength could no longer be compared to how it was in the past. As they attacked the giant space beasts, they caved in as easily as mollusks. Huala! The black dragon launched itself onto another king-level space beast. In these past years, Little Black had already grown into the visage of a cruel and giant demon dragon. The fierce bone spikes on its back left devastating wounds on the ancient space beast. Little Black was extremely wicked. It knew that it couldn't destroy the entire Saint fleet, so it focused on the largest prey possible. Many of the ancient space beasts had their fragile necks bitten through. The joint Saint legions continued to disperse outwards. At this time, Primordius' Heavenly Palace, Lin Ming's avatars, and the Black Dragon each chose different directions to chase down their enemies. Light beams shot out and several space beasts fell dead. At the same time, the Black Dragon crippled several Iron Lion battleships. Slowly, the beams of divine light shooting out from Primordius' Heavenly Palace became increasingly thin. By now, the allied Saint legions had been brutally ruined by Lin Ming. The surviving spirit ships and great beasts fled deep into the universe. After leaving the battlefield, some spirit ships had enough time to activate an array formation, entering through a space crack and beginning a great void shift. There's no need to chase them. Lin Ming waved his hand. The Black Dragon and Primordius' Heavenly Palace ceased chasing the Saint legions, and Lin Ming's 3 avatars also flew back into his inner world. At this time, the Black Dragon was completely stained with blood. It had received a considerable number of wounds in this battle, but it remained feverishly fired up, its large amber eyes filled with impatience. Its 2 claws each grabbed a different 1,000-mile-long ancient space beast, and its thick tail was wrapped around a slightly smaller one. In its eyes, These giant squid were unsurpassed delicacies. Seeing this, Lin Ming smiled. For the black dragon, these things were the best food possible. It had to be known that although the ancient space beasts were inferior to god beasts, they were a peak race of creatures that were only inferior to god beasts in this universe. In particular, the kings of these ancient space beasts were actually stronger than many god beasts. The corpses of these ancient space beasts were naturally valuable treasures, able to compare to the corpses of god beasts. In the past, Lin Ming had undergone great dangers in order to obtain a single supreme dragon bone. From this, one could assume just how valuable these corpses were. The black dragon had already eagerly bitten down on a king-level ancient space beast and was eating up its flesh and blood in great gulps. The black dragon could absorb nutrients from these beasts and use it to greatly benefit its future growth. A rock ate flood dragons as sustenance and a phoenix ate the energy essence of the universe as food. To a large degree, what a god beast ate helped decide the path of their growth. Lin Ming rubbed his chin. His figure flashed several times and he received some of these ancient space beast corpses into his inner world. These were all treasures. Although he was exorbitantly rich, he still couldn't let these things go to waste. After finishing all of this, Lin Ming flew back into Primordius' heavenly palace. Within Primordius' heavenly palace, the Legion of Famine was still standing alert around the central array formation. But they had nearly exhausted themselves of all energy by now. After the Legion of Famine underwent body metamorphosis, although their strength could rise by an entire large boundary, they weren't able to maintain this type of transformation for very long. Lin Ming probed the Legion of Famine's situation. Around 90% of the martial artists had already overdrawn their strength and it would take at least several days for them to restore themselves. Even Fairy Blue Lotus, who hadn't undergone body metamorphosis, was dripping fragrant sweat like rain. Seeing Lin Ming walk towards her, Fairy Blue Lotus respectfully bowed. "You've done well," Lin Ming praised. With a seasoned general like Fairy Blue Lotus on his side, he would be able to save a great deal of strength. Fairy Blue Lotus had a strong grasp on flow and situation of a battle. And she possessed an extremely reasonable judgment and decision-making sense. With her commanding the Legion of Famine, although they lacked in overall destructive power because they were short of Lin Ming, there were still some aspects in which they were superior to him. "I thank Master for the generous praise." Fairy Blue Lotus wiped the sweat from her face, a deep smile lighting it up. "Master, with this battle the Primal Saint clan and the Astral Saint tribe have suffered grievous losses. It will be impossible for them to recover in the next several tens of thousands of years. However, the good fortune Saint Sun has gathered so many armies here that I feel a bit uncomfortable about it. Because of this, I captured several Saint martial artists so that Master may interrogate them." Fairy Blue Lotus pointed behind herself. There was an Empyrean who had been heavily wounded in the explosions and all the astral essence in his body had been sealed away. At the same time, there were also several World King-level powerhouses. Lin Ming faintly smiled. He already had such plans in mind, but Fairy Blue Lotus had done it for him ahead of time, saving him a great deal of trouble. Just as he was preparing to question these people, his heart suddenly moved. He turned to look outside the porthole. In that moment he had felt several bright spots rapidly approaching Primordius' heavenly palace. Some people had come. In a brief moment, Lin Ming had already determined the number, race, cultivation, strength, and many other special details of these people. World King level, humans. Lin Ming was startled. These people were humans. Ever since coming to the wild universe, Lin Ming had seen fellow humans more than once. But these people had only been common mortals suffering their own hardships. This was the first time Lin Ming encountered World King-level humans. His figure flickered and he appeared outside Primordius' heavenly palace. His heart was filled with anticipation. With human world kings here he would naturally be able to find human Empyreans through them, and thus obtain information on Xiao Moxian, Qin Xingxuan, Mu Qianyu, and the others. At this time, the people flying towards Lin Ming were the scouts of the human forces. They had a total of 6 people, 5 men and 1 woman. After seeing Lin Ming, these people all deeply bowed. As they looked at him their eyes were filled with reverence and awe. In the world of martial arts, Those with strength easily obtained respect. Moreover, Lin Ming had also given humanity a great graciousness. Chapter 2035, News of Xiao Moxian. Chapter 2035, News of Xiao Moxian. Lin Ming projected his divine sense onto these scouts from Mount Potala. After gently sweeping over their spiritual seas, he could immediately tell that these people weren't controlled by the saints nor were they spies. Third Scouting Squad of Humanity's Mount Potala greets Senior, a middle-aged man at the head bowed. These scouts were all tens of thousands of years old, but in their opinion, although Lin Ming appeared young, he was so powerful that he was likely their senior. Mount Potala. Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath. He was filled with emotion upon hearing this name. After over 6,000 years passed, he was finally able to find some clues about the most important people of his life. Mount Potala's Battle Buddha Emperor Sokya and Great Limitless Buddha should have news on Xiao Moxian. Lin Ming had obtained a great deal of information from the various saint influences he annihilated. Although he couldn't determine exactly where Xiao Moxian was, he knew at the very least that she was safe. Otherwise, if the saints were to capture or kill such an important figure like her, it would be impossible for the subordinate Empyreans not to know of this. You are disciples of Mount Potala? With the possibility of finding Xiao Moxian, Mu Qianyu, Qin Xingxuan, and the others right in front of him, Lin Ming found it difficult to keep his expression calm. The middle-aged man said, "Only a part of us are. Rather than being called a sect, the current Mount Potala can be considered an alliance instead. With the original members of Mount Potala as the foundation, many human influences have joined with it. For instance, our scouting squad has Buddhist disciples from Mount Potala as well as people from Dark Demon Palace. The current Mount Potala Wartime Alliance has taken senior apprentice Brother Emperor Sokya as the High Commander, and there is a great degree of freedom in the different actions we can take." "I see," Lin Ming nodded. The situation was quite reasonable. In a great war between two races, sects were no longer individual units, but the foundation of a joint army with all sects combined. "Who is in your alliance? Is Jixiana in your ranks?" If Xiao Moxian was in the wartime alliance, then Lin Ming could put his heart at ease. This was because in this great calamity, both Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan lacked the ability of self-preservation. The most likely possibility was that they were following Xiao Moxian. As for his own flesh and blood as well as Lin Xiaoge, they were certainly with Xiao Moxian. In fact, even Mo Eversnow was likely with Xiao Moxian. Upon hearing Lin Ming bring up the name of Jixiana, the scout was stunned. "Senior knows of Empyrean Demon Fairy?" The scouts glanced at each other. They were all filled with various guesses and hypotheses about who this mysterious person could be. Still, it was a bit surprising that this person would know of Xiao Moxian. Could he be related to the monster or demon races? However, no matter how it was said, Xiao Moxian had already become an inextricable part of humanity. If this mysterious person was somehow related to Xiao Moxian, then that would be good for humanity. But the current Xiao Moxian was in a precarious position. Empyrean Demon Fairy? That's right, with Xiana's talent she should have broken into the Empyrean realm by now. Lin Ming sighed upon hearing this. He wondered, just what boundary was his child at? When he considered it, with over 6,000 years having passed, his child wouldn't be much younger than he was. The middle-aged scout leader thought for a moment and said, "Reporting to Senior, Empyrean Demon Fairy's location is currently unaccounted for, but it is suspected that she is at the Hidden Dragon Galaxy." "What?" Lin Ming suddenly shook, his heart tightening. Lin Ming's overreaction left the scouts stunned. Although they knew that this mysterious person was somehow linked to Xiao Moxian, they didn't think he would be so anxious about her. "You said that Jixiana is in the Hidden Dragon Galaxy." Senior, Empyrean Demon Fairy's territory was located within the Hidden Dragon Galaxy. When the war erupted, senior apprentice Brother Emperor Sokya and Empyrean Demon Fairy were still exchanging information to work together in resisting the Saints. But one day Empyrean Demon Fairy broke off contact with Mount Potala, and several years have passed since then. Afterwards, our scouts discovered that the Good Fortune Saint Sun had blocked off the Hidden Dragon Galaxy. This is likely the reason why Empyrean Demon Fairy lost contact with us," the scout captain carefully said. Once the human influences lost contact for several years, wanting to re-establish communication channels wasn't easy. This was because the different human influences constantly changed their sound transmission marks as a form of security. Otherwise, if the saints were to intercept these sound transmission marks, the consequences would be inconceivable. Without several years of contact, there were no means to exchange new sound transmission marks. As a result, they would only grow further and further apart. Now Xiao Moxian's situation was in truth completely inferred based upon information obtained by the Mount Potala Wartime Alliance. Hearing the words of the scouts, Lin Ming's complexion had already darkened to near black. Facing him, the scout captain felt a sense of fear and apprehension. The surrounding temperature seemed to rapidly plummet. "Senior." The scout captain originally wanted to say a few words to request that Lin Ming visit the Mount Potala Wartime Alliance as a guest, but as his words were half out, they suddenly caught in his throat. "Do you have any other information concerning Jixiana?" "No, there is nothing else. Contact has been severed for too long, and the current situation of Empyrean Demon Fairy is only our speculations. When our Mount Potala Wartime Alliance was being chased down by the Legion of Famine, it was difficult for us to defend ourselves, so we had to break relations with many other human influences. It was only now when Senior eliminated the Legion of Famine that we had a chance to catch our breath. Thus, Senior Apprentice Brother Emperor Sokia led the Alliance army to come to the Hidden Dragon Galaxy in a rescue mission." The scout captain spoke in a single breath, his eyes carefully observing Lin Ming's response. "Your sound transmission mark," Lin Ming suddenly said, his expression brooking no refusal. The scout captain grit his teeth and took out a jade slip from his spatial ring to give to Lin Ming. This jade slip recorded the password to the core sound transmission array formation of Mount Potala. This was the so-called sound transmission mark. As long as Lin Ming created a sound transmission array and placed the jade slip in the center, then he could communicate with Mount Potala. This jade slip was more important than the lives of these 6 scouts. Normally, if the scout squad were to fall into danger without a chance of escape, then their first action would be to destroy the jade slip. Otherwise, the saints could use this jade slip to lock onto the sound transmission signals and find the approximate position of Mount Potala. This jade slip was an incredible danger to Mount Potala, but as a scout squad they had to maintain contact. And now, the scout captain passed the jade slip to Lin Ming. Lin Ming reached out and the jade slip flew into his hands like an arrow. Then, his figure flickered as he submerged into Primordius' heavenly palace. The black fortress began to stir. Powerful array formations rapidly spun as the fortress quietly broke through the void, sinking into a space storm and vanishing from sight. Only 6 bewildered human scouts were left behind, their eyes wide and blinking. Without a doubt, this mysterious person had gone to search for Xiao Moxian. Originally they had, even though they could ask this mysterious person to come to the Mount Potala Wartime Alliance as an honored guest. "This is, what do we do?" a scout said in a daze. The appearance of this mysterious person in the Hidden Dragon Galaxy and the destruction of the 2nd and 3rd Saint Legions would soon whip up a great storm. At the same time, it would have a tremendous influence on the war between humanity and the Saint. The scout captain sucked in a deep breath, his eyes sparkling. The jade slip has already been given to the mysterious person. We can only head back to Mount Potala and personally report the news that we know. The scout captain waved his hand and the 6 of them fled into the void, rapidly flying opposite to the direction Lin Ming disappeared in. As they flew, the only woman in the scout squad asked, "Boss, I have to say, this mysterious senior has some significant relationship with Empyrean Demon Fairy. I can't help but associate him with someone." "Go on," the scout captain simply said. The truth was that he also had his own associations in his heart. He had his subordinate speak to confirm his thoughts. "I believe that even in the entire 33 heavens, there are only several people that would be so anxious about Empyrean Demon Fairy. After ruling them out, the only remaining possibility is the most impossible one of all." "I know." The scout leader took a deep breath, feeling all the blood within him boiling over. Yes, all signs pointed towards that impossible truth. Over 6,000 years ago, with just a Holy Lord realm cultivation, a person who had overturned the 33 heavens and had nearly relied on his strength alone to find an escape route for humanity, that legendary character had not died. He had finally returned. Chapter 2036 Return. Chapter 2036 Return. Mount Potala Wartime Alliance, the Great Golden Buddha Spirit Ship. Emperor Sakya, Great Limitless Buddha, Dark Demon Monarch, and the others were all sitting in a circle around a great table, listening to the report by the scouts. The approximate situation is like this. The scout captain succinctly said, clearly reiterating the process in which he met the mysterious person. In addition, he took out a battle array disc that had recorded some of the scenes they witnessed. This was a scene of Lin Ming fighting 4 peak Empyreans as well as Primordius' heavenly palace shooting out innumerable light beams, instantly slaying the ancient space beasts and destroying the Iron Lion battleships. Seeing the images replayed through the array disc, the Empyreans present were filled with an emotion beyond description. Shock, excitement, worry, joy, all sorts of emotions swelled up within them, leaving everyone in the hall silent for a long time. The array disc played on for a full quarter hour. Because the scene was hastily recorded and from very far away, the images were extremely blurry, and even Lin Ming's face wasn't clearly recorded. However, this didn't prevent the commanders of humanity present from replaying the scenes in their heads. Such an intense battle had left their hearts surging and their emotions wildly fluctuating. They even felt their blood feverishly boiling over. In particular, when they saw the black dragon bite through the ancient space beast, Lin Ming brutally beating the peak Empyreans, and Primordius' heavenly palace tearing through the Saint fleets like a meat grinder, the martial artists present couldn't help but grip their fists together, their eyes shining with glory. Tobague thumped his own chest. Such an image truly let one vent their anger. He clearly recalled the scene from several days ago when they had fought with the Second Saint Legion. That sort of feeling where he hated the enemy to the bone and yet wasn't able to do anything to them left Tobague feeling crazed. Humanity had been suppressed for far too long. Now, they finally saw hope. Even though they were still drowning in the endless night, they finally saw the first rays of dawn. This mysterious person is simply a legend. When it comes to him, there is nothing he cannot accomplish, Dark Demon Monarch said, praising Lin Ming from his heart. In truth, he had already approximately judged Lin Ming's strength. He was someone that surpassed a peak Empyrean, an existence that could reluctantly be called invincible amongst Empyreans. Such combat strength was in truth superior to Emperor Sakya but worse than that of a true divinity. According to common logic, if a person didn't reach the true divinity realm, it would be hard to play a pivotal role in a war between two races. But reality defied all expectations in such a bizarre manner. This mysterious person, with his strength alone, was nearly able to reverse the entire tide of the war. Perhaps you should no longer call him that mysterious person, but instead call him Lin Ming. Emperor Sakya smiled as he spoke. It had been many years since Emperor Sakya had last revealed such a heartfelt smile. Lin Ming, you are sure it is him? Dark Demon Monarch glanced over at Emperor Sakya. In truth, he hadn't had much contact with Lin Ming. The only time he saw Lin Ming was at the Monster Emperor's Grand Longevity Banquet, and the rest of his understandings had come from rumors and hearsay. It's him. Jun Blue Moon firmly nodded as he stroked the rusty sword in his arms. Back when he participated in the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting and fought with Lin Ming, that battle still remained a vivid memory. Emperor Sakya said, he referred to Xiao Moxian as Xiana. In the entire 33 heavens, there are only several people who would call Xiao Moxian by this name and care for her so much. In addition with that black dragon and spear, so many coincidences joining together mean it is no longer a coincidence, but the truth. Lin Ming hasn't died. He has returned. He is someone who always brings about miracles. After more than 6,000 years passing, he will surely bring us a favorable turn. Emperor Sakya tightly clenched the armrest of his stone chair. It could be seen just how excited he was. Many young disciples noticed Emperor Sakya's actions. In their view, Emperor Sokya was the High Commander of the Mount Potala Wartime Alliance and could be called the second leader of humanity. He was always calm and rarely lost his composure. Is this person really so fierce? If he doesn't have the strength of a true divinity, could he really bring us a favorable turn? The good fortune Saint Sovereign is still a powerhouse even amongst true divinities. A disciple of the younger generation couldn't help but say. The young disciples that were able to stand in this meeting hall were all geniuses. Most of them were born in the wild universe, and by the time they were born, Lin Ming had already died. They had never seen Lin Ming and had only heard tales about him. They knew that he was the man who brought the Azura decree to humanity and who possessed talent far surpassing all others in the 33 heavens. In the history books of humanity, Lin Ming was described as invincible amongst the heavens and earth, unique and singular. As the stories of him were retold again and again, Lin Ming eventually became an omnipotent presence. Towards this, some young geniuses were incredibly proud and worked hard with Lin Ming as their goal. But there were also some young geniuses who remained suspicious about these tales. They thought that humanity had propped up the Lin Ming of the past and had nearly deified him. They believed this was an attempt to give the younger generation a boost of confidence and also so that the younger generation could feel comforted and infatuated with their own possibilities. After all, it was human nature to boast about the heroes of one's own race. Sable Ink was the second type of person. When she heard the fanatical Lin maniacs chatter away, she would often ask, if he was so fierce, how come he's dead? This single question often silenced the mouths of many people. However, upon receiving news that Lin Ming hadn't died, a strange color appeared in Sable Ink's eyes. She traced her scythe, a feeling that was hard to place filling her heart. Everyone adjust yourselves. 4 hours from now, we will set out, Emperor Sokya suddenly said. Lin Ming's appearance had lifted their morale, but now was not the time to celebrate any victories because there was still an extremely important matter to resolve. That was Xiao Moxian's safety. Previously, because the 2nd and 3rd Saint Legions were stationed nearby, the Mount Potala Wartime Alliance was simply unable to enter. But now that the periphery was cleared out, Mount Potala would naturally take this chance to rush in. No matter how much help they could provide Lin Ming, they still had to try their best. The Hidden Dragon Galaxy was amazingly large and there was no sound transmission mark that could be used to locate Xiao Moxian. Thus, finding her wouldn't be easy at all. Even the good fortune Saint Sun had failed to do so for several years. It couldn't even be compared to looking for a needle in the sea. In terms of war strength, they weren't able to compete with Lin Ming. But in terms of looking for people, they possessed an advantage. In the end, it was always best to have more people. Mount Potala's Great Golden Buddha as well as many spirit ships slowly broke through the void, driving deep into the Hidden Dragon Galaxy. As Mount Potala embarked towards the depths of the Hidden Dragon Galaxy, the good fortune Saint Sun had also obtained similar news. The 2nd and 3rd Legions had been routed, but the truth was that most spirit ships had survived. This included those people that belonged to the good fortune Saint Palace's intelligence network. They completely reported the scene of Lin Ming routing the joint Saint Legions to the good fortune Saint Sun. Because they were closer to Lin Ming, the information they were able to record was much more detailed than that of the scouts from Mount Potala. At this time, in front of the good fortune Saint Sun, the phantom projections from the battle array disk constantly flashed and changed. Iron Lion spirit ships burst apart one after another and numerous ancient space beasts were slain. The entire hall was filled with only these silent images, without a single other sound. Several dozen high-level Saint officers held their breath. Even the drop of a needle could be heard in the present atmosphere. Such a situation left them all in fear and apprehension. They all knew just how stimulating this must be to the good fortune Saint Sun. It had to be known that the several Saint Legions had been transferred here under the orders of the good fortune Saint Sun in order to deal with that mysterious person. But before all the legions had fully gathered, they had already been routed by Lin Ming, suffering a catastrophic defeat. In front of the mysterious person, the saints had already suffered 2 great defeats. This was undoubtedly a great blow to the eternally arrogant good fortune Saint Sun. At this time the good fortune Saint Sun was like a volcano ready to erupt at any second. However, As the images of the array disk finally ended, the good fortune Saint Sun remained ghostly silent. His elbows were propped up on the table and his face was hidden in the shadows of his arms. It was impossible to see his expression. The messenger that brought over the battle array disk didn't even dare to take a breath, lest he be killed by the good fortune Saint Sun in a fit of anger. "Draw back," the good fortune Saint Sun suddenly said. The messenger felt as if he had been granted a pardon from a capital crime. He left the hall with his entire forehead dripping sweat. The military officers all looked at the good fortune Saint Sun. They never thought he would remain so quiet. "The rest of you can also draw back." The good fortune Saint Sun waved his hand and stood up. From his standing position, everyone could see that his eyes had turned blood red, like a wild animal in a seething rage. They all felt a sense of dread as they looked at him. The military officers glanced at each other and left the meeting hall in droves. Finally, the only one left remaining was the good fortune Saint Sun. The good fortune Saint Sun gripped the armrest of his chair, his eyes sparkling with thick killing intent. "So in the end it was you after all. This is our predestined battle." Chapter 2037, The Restless Night. Chapter 2037, The Restless Night. The Hidden Dragon Galaxy, in a dark grey nebula. A black palace slowly floated. Flying around it were several dozen spirit ships. This black palace, as well as the numerous spirit ships around it, were covered in a grey array formation, isolating them from the outside space. There were countless such nebulas in the Hidden Dragon Galaxy. When combined with various concealing array formations, this was one of the greatest advantages that humanity used to survive for these past years. However, this so-called advantage was in truth simply delaying for time. In the words of the saints, humanity was merely a feeble existence lingering about. When the saints launched their carpet sweep of an area, the hidden areas would slowly be uncovered. What followed was a massacre. The saints' searching method was referred to by them as hunting. From searching for a target, locking onto them, and then hunting them down and kill them, this was just like a hunter searching for prey. And the result was also the same as hunting, without any suspense at all. A hunter was a hunter and would rarely be injured by their prey. Now, the human forces in the Hidden Dragon Galaxy encountered such hunting from the saints. They were already in a precarious situation. Within the stationed area of this influence, at the central dark palace, in the highest room. This room was extremely large, but the layout was surprisingly simple. There was an octagonal-shaped obsidian table, 2 heavy and sturdy obsidian chairs, and also a wooden bookshelf nearby. This bookshelf was covered with thick and ancient books, and these ancient books had incredibly archaic languages written on them. Few people would be able to understand the contents of these books. Across the bookshelf was a wide bed with pale grey sheets, and beneath the bed was a rug of black velvet. The room's walls hadn't been altered much but retrained the original hue and ruggedness of the metal material used to construct them. Just looking at it made one feel a little constrained and depressed. After some time, the door to the room opened and a black-clothed woman walked in. She wore a simple black dress and her face was thin and pale. She was Xiao Moxian, the master of this room. The room was deathly quiet. The air echoed around her gentle footsteps. She slowly arrived in front of the obsidian table and sat down. In such a grey and gloomy room, her beautiful and ethereal appearance seemed out of place. She didn't light a candle. Rather, in this dark environment she sat alone, meditating for a while. Then she took out a violet sun crystal and placed it on a small array disk, activating it. In a flash, a vast and beautiful starry sky lit up in front of her. This was a star chart for the surrounding 10 billion miles. The truth was that Xiao Moxian had already recorded this star chart in her mind. Every star, every planet, every celestial body, including even slightly larger asteroids, was imprinted in her mind, and she knew everything there was to know about them. She closed her eyes, reviewing this star chart in her mind. Every day she would come here and spend 2 hours specifically reviewing this star chart. She knew that she couldn't remain hidden in this region for much longer. The good fortune Saint Sun's search area had been reduced to a tiny region and it was already no longer possible to move. This was because once their base relocated, they would definitely leave behind clues and traces of their past presence. At that time, they would be exposed to even greater risks. Time became an increasingly pressing matter. Xiao Moxian couldn't help but start considering the worst result possible. In her mind, she began to envision the countless results that could occur from a battle with the good fortune Saint Sun. Although it was a battle which she would inevitably lose, Xiao Moxian wouldn't sit idly by and wait for death to take her. At the final moment, the result she wanted was to allow as many people as possible to escape, to flee far away from this disaster. Of course, wanting everyone to escape was impossible. There had to be people left behind to stall for time, and these people would be the sacrifices. How many people to leave behind, how many people to send away, how to arrange battle tactics, these were all things that Xiao Moxian had to consider. However, no matter what plans she made, as the leader of this human influence and also the strongest individual here, when danger approached she would have to stay. The band of brave sacrifices needed a leader, and this leader could only be her. But, if possible, she hoped that her child Lin Huang would be able to escape this star territory and safely leave. He was the continuance of her and Lin Ming's lives, and also the future hope of humanity. As she thought of her own child, Xiao Moxian gently sighed. She couldn't help but think of Lin Ming once more. A trace of sadness sparkled in her watery eyes. If Lin Ming were still alive, what would he do? She quietly touched the star chart, the curtain of night gradually falling over the dark palace. This nebula and the sun it revolved around began to slowly sink into thick shadows. Xiao Moxian stood up and prepared a pot of clear fog tea for herself. This type of tea was infused with 10,000-year clear fog flowers, and it was fragrant and sweet, with the effect of nourishing the soul. It also helped Xiao Moxian maintain her mental state. In fact, she hadn't rested for a long, long time. She took out 2 purple crystal cups. She poured 1 cup of clear fog tea for herself, and then pushed the other cup across from her. Next, Xiao Moxian began to deliberate once more. There were many matters that she had to consider. For instance, their violet sun crystal reserves were falling precipitously low. In order to maintain the concealing array formations that hid away their base, they needed to consume a tremendous number of violet sun crystals. As their sphere of action constantly shrank, it became increasingly hard to mine for these crystals. She needed to figure out a solution to resolve this predicament. Otherwise, the base's great array formation would last for less than a year. If they couldn't solve it, then they would easily be found by the good fortune Saint Sun. Every now and then, Xiao Moxian would bring up the cup of tea and take a sip. The clear fog tea was slowly finished by her. As for the cup across from her, it remained motionless, as if there were supposed to be someone sitting there, but that person had left, leaving behind only their seat and their cup of tea. This was one of Xiao Moxian's habits. For these years she had lived alone, but from an outsider's perspective it seemed as if 2 people were living here. Time slowly passed and the hot tea cooled down. Still, Xiao Moxian remained deep in thought. 2 hours later she turned off the star chart and shook her head. She temporarily laid aside the issue with the violet sun crystals and began to meditate. In such an environment, Xiao Moxian sat alone, quietly passing the quiet night before the storm. However, she was destined to not experience a night of peace. Deep in the night, as Xiao Moxian was in meditation, a grey sound transmission mark lit up. There was clearly news to be reported to her. As she looked at the sound transmission jade slip that constantly flashed in the dark of night, Xiao Moxian's eyebrows pressed together. To her, this sparkling jade slip was like the eye of a demon, haunting her constantly. Over these past years, whenever urgent news came, it was almost always bad. For instance, news that the good fortune Saint Sun was shrinking his encirclement once more, or news that there weren't any energy stones remaining. What was even worse was that once, a scout squad of Demon Fairy Palace had been captured by the good fortune Saint Sun. In order to preserve their secrets and knowing that there was no chance to escape, they decided to take the soul poison pills that they had prepared beforehand to commit suicide. This was an extremely tyrannical poison. Only a great world king alchemist was able to refine it, and it was limited to martial artists at the world king level and below. Once someone took a soul poison pill, the victim would die in a few breaths of time. Not just that, but the poison would destroy their spiritual sea, making it so that the enemy wouldn't be able to find anything of value from it. In other words, this type of poison was to have one's soul disintegrate to ash. This was a pitiful and miserable way to die. Still, Xiao Moxian had no choice but to prepare such a poison pill for every member of the scouting squads. When the alchemists of Demon Fairy Palace prepared a new batch of these soul poison pills and handed them to her, she felt as if they were as heavy as mountains and rivers in her hands. In particular, the confident and loyal expressions of the scouts when she handed the poison pills to them were like sabers that cut into her heart. However, she had nothing else she could do. Without sufficient strength, this was the only choice she could make. She shook her head and put these thoughts aside. She left the room and headed towards the great sound transmission array. Demon Fairy Palace's sound transmission array was situated close to Xiao Moxian's room. At this time, several core figures of Demon Fairy Palace were already surrounding the edges of the sound transmission array. As Xiao Moxian arrived, a youth moved his lips as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't. "What is the matter?" Xiao Moxian frowned upon seeing the youth's expression. This youth was named Daoan and he had been born after the Great Calamity erupted. He had been one of Xiao Moxian's faithful followers and was now part of the backbone of Demon Fairy Palace. From his expression that seemed as if he found it difficult to speak, Xiao Moxian realized that the news they just received was likely nothing good. "Speak, there is no need to hesitate. The worst that could happen is that the good fortune Saint's son has already found us," Xiao Moxian calmly said. Daoan froze for a moment. He looked at the other core figures from Demon Fairy Palace and said, "Miss, there has been a problem at New Ming Planet." Daoan's few words caused Xiao Moxian's heart to nearly tear out from her chest. New Ming Planet was the only planet that Xiao Moxian had established in the Hidden Dragon Galaxy in the past. Tens of billions of people lived on New Ming Planet. These people had slowly migrated from other star territories in the last 200 to 300 years and were Xiao Moxian's loyal subjects. Xiao Moxian loved her people with all her heart. When the saints invaded the Hidden Dragon Galaxy, Xiao Moxian pledged that she would protect the people of New Ming Planet so that they could live long and prosperous lives filled with children and hope. But as the good fortune Saint's son continued to shrink his encirclement, Xiao Moxian was eventually unable to stay with New Ming Planet. She had no choice but to leave. Otherwise, not only would she be captured by the good fortune Saint's son, but New Ming Planet would have been destroyed in the flames of war. Leaving New Ming Planet was a helpless choice and the only choice she could make. In normal circumstances, if New Ming Planet was discovered by the good fortune Saint's son, then a time of suffering would descend upon them, but the saints wouldn't carry out a wide-scale genocide. This was because the common mortals of humanity had no meaning to the saints, and it was instead more useful to make them into slaves that helped develop the wild universe. But today, from the expression of Daoan, this might not be true at all. Chapter 2038, Our Final Pride. Chapter 2038, Our Final Pride. Starting from when the first batch of people settled on New Ming Planet, it had only experienced a history of several hundred years. In the perpetual river of history through which humanity had evolved, this tiny spark of time wasn't worth mentioning at all. In these last several hundred years, the population of New Ming Planet had developed from billions to tens of billions of people. However, across the vast and broad New Ming Planet, there was an incalculable amount of wild land that had yet to be developed. Humanity had only been able to occupy the tiniest corner of this planet, and around 100,000 cities had been established, both large and small. The name of New Ming Planet had come from Xiao Moxian's longing towards Lin Ming. Everyone on New Ming Planet knew of Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian's charming and love-filled story. The showdown at the Monster Emperor's Grand Longevity Banquet was a part they took relish in talking about. For those humans that suffered in the present, the tale of Lin Ming suppressing the good fortune Saint's son, rescuing Xiao Moxian and freeing her from the shackles of the demon and monster races and then starting their romance, no matter how many times these people listened to this story, they never became bored of it. To the people of New Ming Planet who were undergoing so many hardships, This was the fairy tale they loved the most. For the vast majority of new settlers who first came to New Ming Planet, the reason they chose to leave their homelands and follow Xiao Moxian there to develop this wild land was all because of their respect and love towards her, as well as their worship and admiration of Lin Ming. And after New Ming Planet was established, Xiao Moxian also joined together with her subjects. When the cities were being built all around, she ate and lived with them, living in perfect harmony. In the largest city of New Ming Planet, there was a holy mountain. Atop this holy mountain towered a memorial palace dedicated to Lin Ming. This memorial palace had the statues of Lin Ming, Xiao Moxian, and several others. Every year, a massive number of believers would come and worship at this memorial palace. Several months ago, the saints had discovered New Ming Planet. Without any effort at all, they had taken this planet into their pocket. The tens of billions of people living there simply weren't able to pose any threat to the saint armies. After the saints seized New Ming Planet, the first action they took was to forcefully change the planet's name. This planet was renamed to Saint Advent Planet. But this name was resisted by every citizen of New Ming Planet. Then the good fortune Saint Sun passed down an order. It was this order that created a living hell for the inhabitants of New Ming Planet. In the past, when the saints annexed a planet, they would recklessly plunder it while killing off all the human masters. The common people would be left over as simple laborers. The saint pioneers mostly came to these planets to capture any bit of leftover wealth that they could. But this time, after the good fortune Saint Sun seized New Ming Planet, he didn't do this at all. Rather, it should be said that he disdained to do so. The order that he passed down was to seize all granaries of New Ming Planet and then completely block off all 100,000 cities, not allowing anyone to take even a single step out. The residents of New Ming Planet were mostly common people at the Xiantian realm or below. It was impossible for them to ward off all hunger, they needed to eat. After the granaries were looted, the people were only able to obtain food from farmlands outside the cities or from beasts in the wild. But because the good fortune Saint Sun had sealed off all the cities, no one was able to leave. Every person of New Ming Planet could only rely on the little bits of remaining grain in their households to pass the days. And the good fortune Saint Sun didn't plan on releasing the blockade on all the cities. His intentions were clear. He wanted to starve every person on New Ming Planet to death. Imagine. If a pack of red-eyed and starving people was to be locked up in a small city, what would happen? Hunger, death, despair, all these things would trigger the savage and bestial nature of humans. In a situation where food was deprived, many people would devolve into rabid beasts, fighting and killing for scraps of food. Finally, even cannibalism would occur. To the good fortune Saint Sun, this was an extremely interesting experiment. This was the punishment that the good fortune Saint Sun had passed down on these lowly commoners. Since they had the will to resist, he wanted to see just how long their will would be able to persist while they suffered beneath the torment of hunger. And there was another, more important point. The good fortune Saint Sun had used this method in order to force out Xiao Moxian. He was well aware that Xiao Moxian had long since left New Ming Planet, but in doing so she also would have left behind an informer. All new developments that occurred on New Ming Planet would be reported back to Xiao Moxian. If so, he wanted to see whether or not Xiao Moxian would turn her back on her subjects. In the eyes of the good fortune Saint Sun, if Xiao Moxian ran back here because a mere several dozen billion commoners were on the verge of death, then that would be mind-bogglingly stupid. But he was also aware that in this world there were indeed certain people who were this stupid. Even if Xiao Moxian was crueler than he expected, watching these commoners starve to death wasn't a big deal to him. To the good fortune Saint Sun this was no loss at all, no different from the death of several dozen billion ants. The good fortune Saint Sun had already reduced the encirclement to several large nebulas. If Xiao Moxian couldn't remain calm and wanted to break through his blockade to rescue New Ming Planet, then he would be the first to find out. On New Ming Planet, the famine had continued for a long time. The one responsible for managing New Ming Planet was a direct subordinate of the good fortune Saint Sun, Empyrean Evernite. Evernite was renowned as a cruel and merciless individual who loved blood and slaughter. Torturing people like this was a job perfectly suited to him. And in fact, When he received these orders, he was extremely excited to follow them. To slowly tear the falsely noble facade of some self-righteous and hypocritical race, slowly restoring their primal and beastly nature, was what Empyrean Evernite loved the most. In his eyes, New Ming Planet had no history or background behind it at all, nor did they have any sense of unity. It had only been several hundred years since humans had come to develop this world, so how much unity could they have? But the truth was that the way matters developed didn't go according to Empyrean Evernite's wishes. As the famine continued, what made Empyrean Evernite unhappy was that the murder and robbery he originally expected to occur didn't. These commoners, even if they were hungry to their limits, even if they were sealed off in cities, even if there were people who starved to death or died of illness, still continued to silently endure it. They endured the hunger, endured the lack of supplies and plagues that ravaged the cities. They lived their days like walking corpses. In order to preserve strength, many of these people sat in meditation all day. As for Hutian realm martial artists, they even grasped this time to cultivate. They wanted to desperately bet everything in these dire times and break into the Xiantian realm. As long as they broke into the Xiantian realm, they would be able to rely on breathing heaven and earth origin energy to supplement themselves, only requiring the smallest amount of food. Occasionally, patrols of saint soldiers would bluster around, and when they saw human martial artists that they didn't like, they would casually drag them away and beat them senseless. But the people of New Ming Planet continued to endure. No one robbed others, no one cannibalized others, and there weren't even many suicides. It seemed as if there was some invisible order restraining the suffering of the people, giving them a strange tenacity that pushed them forwards to stubbornly live on. They seemed to be living numb lives with hearts filled with despair. But Empyrean Evernite knew that it was impossible for those that were truly numb and filled with despair to endure all of this. He discovered that while many people were starving, they actually still climbed up the holy mountain to pay their respects to the sculptures of Xiao Moxian and Lin Ming at the Memorial Palace. This provoked the ire of Empyrean Evernite. He could easily destroy New Ming Planet. But what he wanted was not to kill these people, but to break them and conquer them. The saints wished to rule the 33 heavens. This wasn't completely exterminating all other races, but enslaving them and conquering them. Beams of light shot down. The Memorial Palace was destroyed. All that remained were the statues of Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian in front of the Memorial Palace. They stood there cold and alone. This was a deliberate action done by Empyrean Evernite. Empyrean Evernite issued a new command. He had the saints open their vast warehouses of food supplies above the holy mountain. Large chunks of meat were cooked and giant pots of rice were steamed. As long as these suffering humans were willing to walk to this ruined memorial palace and spit upon the statues of Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian, then they would receive a pot of cooked meat and 10 jins of fragrant rice. Many people rushed to the square on top the holy mountain. The scent of rice and meat caused them to waver where they stood. This was a physiological desire, one that they couldn't resist. However, as they learned what they had to do in order to obtain this food, their hearts turned cold. Many children drooled but were pulled back by the adults. Even though these children were nothing but skin and bones, even though the adults were shaking with hunger, no one moved forwards. This square that could hold 100,000 people was utterly silent. No one walked in front of the statues and no one went to obtain the life-saving food. There were elders with faces engraved by winds and frost, women in tattered rags, emaciated children. With numb faces, they stood there like rock sculptures, forming an eternal picture. It was as if they would stand there forever, until the end of their lives came. If one could see through their eyes, they would find that even beneath the heavy suppression, even in this dark and gloomy world, there was always a faint ray of light that shined before them, illuminating the way forwards. They adamantly believed that their leader would return, that their troops would come back. These people came from New Ming Planet. They were the subjects of the most legendary hero in human history. They had their pride. They could be killed, crushed beneath the heel of others beneath the yoke of absolute strength. But they would not grovel, they would not be defeated, they would not be conquered. They would not eat this tainted food set before them. This was the final pride of a race on the verge of extinction. Empyrean Evernight was finally enraged. The orders he received were to torture these people so that Xiao Moxian would reveal her whereabouts in her panic. Now, he has lost his patience. Since he couldn't conquer these people, he would simply erase them from existence. He issued a new order. Every day 10 million people would be slaughtered, continuing until every person on New Ming Planet had been killed. And after issuing this order, the response he saw was the same indifference and numbness. He didn't even see much fear in the eyes of these doomed commoners. You all really have such strength of will. Since you want to die, then I'll start with you. Is Xiana's informant nearby? Take a good look at what is occurring. Empyrean Evernight waved his hand, ordering his subordinates to begin the slaughter. He disdained to kill these commoners himself. Just what sort of noble status did he have? Personally killing these people would have been a gift to them. However, the moment he waved his hand, he felt a strange aura arrive. An inexplicable feeling instantly covered his entire body. Without time to distinguish what this feeling was, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. Helplessly, he looked downwards to see a blood-stained spear protruding from his chest. The blood above it was so red it blinded the eyes. Chapter 2039, Dawn. Chapter 2039, Dawn. Empyrean Evernight turned his head with disbelief. He saw that behind him was a black-clothed man with an indifferent expression playing on his face. The eyes of this black-clothed man seemed to contain the blood ponds of hell. This man was Lin Ming. Lin Ming had already explored the Hidden Dragon Galaxy for a long time. If he wanted to, he could easily travel from one end of the Hidden Dragon Galaxy to the other in a single day. However, while traversing straight through the Hidden Dragon Galaxy was easy, wanting to find someone in it was far too hard. Whether it was looking for Xiao Moxian or the good fortune Saint Sun, it was no different from searching for a needle in a sea. Fortunately, Lin Ming possessed the magic cube. After he routed the 2nd and 3rd Saint Legions, Fairy Blue Lotus had purposely captured several martial artists so that Lin Ming could interrogate them. Lin Ming read through the memories of these people using the magic cube. Compared to using a soul-searching technique, this method was 100 times more detailed. Moreover, in most situations it was extremely difficult to use the soul-searching technique on an Empyrean, and there were many limits. Lin Ming followed the clues to find several other saint strongholds. He used 10 days to entirely destroy these strongholds. Afterwards, he captured new saints and obtained newer information from them using the magic cube. For every piece of valuable information, Lin Ming would chase it down to its source. Finally, in another saint stronghold, he found a sound transmission mark of Good Fortune Saint Palace. This sound transmission mark was concealed as an ordinary jade slip. But with the magic cube, Lin Ming managed to easily find it. According to this sound transmission mark, Lin Ming arranged a sound transmission array and was able to lock onto the origin. This was also New Ming Planet. The truth was that New Ming Planet's coordinates were no longer at its original location. Mount Potala had New Ming Planet's location listed in its records. But, because the saints wanted to hide it from humanity, and in particular prevent Lin Ming from easily finding it, the Good Fortune Saint Sun had used the great strength of Famine's avatar to push New Ming Planet to another location. This distance wasn't too far from the Good Fortune Saint Sun's encirclement ring. It was convenient to manage and also easy to conceal. Thus, the Good Fortune Saint Sun could slowly torture the citizens of New Ming Planet and force Xiao Moxian to reveal herself. The Good Fortune Saint Sun didn't worry that Xiao Moxian wouldn't know where New Ming Planet's new position was, because she had left her informants on it. As long as the Good Fortune Saint Sun could capture Xiao Moxian, then he could vent his anger on her, bringing his hatred of over 6,000 years to completion. Moreover, he could use her to threaten Lin Ming. Imagine. If Xiao Moxian were to be swallowed into Famine's avatar and then the Good Fortune Saint Sun were to use Famine's avatar to fight Lin Ming, just what scene would that be? Because Lin Ming would fear to harm those he loved, this would place the Good Fortune Saint Sun in an invincible position. This was the Good Fortune Saint Sun's final plan. He was simply too frightened by Lin Ming. Even with Famine's avatar on his side, the Good Fortune Saint Sun didn't feel safe. Thus, he wanted to grab hold of Xiao Moxian. This would be tantamount to grasping hold of Lin Ming's weak point. Like this, he could slowly torment Lin Ming to death. The good fortune Saint Sun looked forwards to capturing Xiao Moxian and then fighting with Lin Ming. He wanted to see the utter hatred and loathing that would cloud Lin Ming's face. Only like this would he be able to resolve his 6,000+ years of hatred. However, although the good fortune Saint Sun had found a good method to deal with Lin Ming, he miscalculated Lin Ming's ability to gather information. In just 2 months Lin Ming found the new position of New Ming planet. But what a pity, Lin Ming didn't find the good fortune Saint Sun on New Ming planet. Still, this wasn't a major problem. Lin Ming quietly reached out and grabbed Empyrean Evernight's neck. His fingers squeezed down and Empyrean Evernight felt his own neck crack apart. Empyrean Evernight's eyeballs bulged out and he desperately grabbed hold of Lin Ming's hand, wanting to crush his wrist. However, Lin Ming's mortal body was too formidable and his strength too terrifying. 9 stars appeared behind him and layers of starlight fell upon his body. Empyrean Evernight was a dog stuck in an iron trap, unable to break free. You, Empyrean Evernight uttered with difficulty. And at this time, all of the other Saint martial artists were in a dire situation. Those that surrounded Lin Ming had faces full of shock and fear. They couldn't imagine just what kind of person could be so ridiculously powerful that they could approach Empyrean Evernight without him noticing and then use a single spear strike to pierce through his protective astral essence. After all, the body of a Saint Empyrean would have been tempered for so much and for so long that it was as hard as an Empyrean spirit treasure. As the spear penetrated through Empyrean Evernight's body, he didn't even suffer much impact. This was proof that the spear which broke into his body did so as easily as a knife slicing into tofu. Catcher. With a loud crack, Lin Ming twisted and directly broke Empyrean Evernight's neck. In front of Lin Ming, a lower Empyrean was simply far too weak. A Saint Empyrean possessed an extremely tenacious vitality. Even if their chest were pierced through or their neck were broken, they would still hang on to that single last breath without dying. With wide and large eyes like a black fish, Empyrean Evernight stared at the black-clothed man, no longer able to speak. Lin Ming casually waved his hand and threw Empyrean Evernight down onto the square of the holy mountain. This was also right in front of the statues of himself and Xiao Moxian. Lin Ming had already sealed away all the astral essence within Empyrean Evernight. Now, he was even weaker than a common mortal. Seeing that previously cruel and insufferably arrogant Saint Empyrean being tossed onto the ground like a dead dog, all of the humans present were shocked. Who was this man in the sky? Although those in the square were mostly common mortals, they still knew what concept an Empyrean was. If there was someone capable of pinching an Empyrean to death like an ant, just how powerful would that person be? Even Emperor Sokia, the second-ranked powerhouse of humanity, might not be able to accomplish this. Everyone. Lin Ming floated above the holy mountain, flying before his own statue. He exuded the aura of a king throughout the entire square, causing everyone to quiet down. Every human looked up at Lin Ming with awe and worship in their eyes. To them, Lin Ming was like a god sent down from the heavens. Lin Ming pointed towards this shivering Empyrean Evernight and said, "For anyone that comes up and spits on him, you will receive a pot of cooked meat and 10 gins of rice." These words were calmly spoken, but as they fell onto the ears of the human commoners, it caused them to explode with fervor. Towards this Empyrean Evernight, these people wished that they could eat his raw flesh and drink deeply of his blood. Now that they could spit on him and also obtain such luxurious food, all of them were bubbling with excitement. There were immediately human commoners that pushed themselves forwards, wanting to spit on Empyrean Evernight. For a time, the square that could hold 100,000 people suddenly fell into chaos. "Do not crowd forwards." Lin Ming only spoke a single phrase, but his words contained a calming magic to them. Immediately, the square of 100,000 people suddenly fell quiet. Everyone shuffled towards Lin Ming's statue in an orderly manner. Then, they spat on Empyrean Evernight. Some people would be so angry that they would even stomp on him a few times to vent their hatred. An old man with the appearance of a beggar coughed up an especially thick glob of phlegm and spat it onto Empyrean Evernight's face. A 7 or 8-year-old child untied his pants and immediately began peeing on Empyrean Evernight's head. When would a proud and lofty Empyrean be treated like this? To be stepped on by a flock of commoners and be recklessly humiliated? Slowly, Empyrean Evernight started to suffocate beneath the torment of despair and humiliation. With his neck broken and his astral essence sealed away, severing his meridians to commit suicide was not possible. Even moving his fingers was incredibly difficult. After the common citizens spat on Empyrean Evernight, they walked forwards and took their food. The Saint Martial artists that were responsible for guarding the food were already scared silly. Their faces were paper white and none of them dared to stop any of the humans. The common human mortals grabbed the fragrant rice and cooked meat and began eating it in great gulps. After starving for a couple of months, suddenly having such a delicious meal was the greatest happiness of their lives. As for Empyrean Evernight, he was already submerged in spit. The several Saint Martial artists drew back with pale faces, wanting to disappear into the crowd. But as they were about to succeed, Lin Ming suddenly turned his head and coldly said, "Where do you plan on going?" The several Saint Martial artists turned to flee. Some of the more intelligent ones hurtled towards the commoners, wanting to use them as hostages to threaten Lin Ming. However, no matter what they tried, they couldn't change their fates. Black spear light shot out from Lin Ming's fingertips, sinking into the bodies of these people like arrows. Their bodies imploded as their organs and meridians burst apart. Then, they slumped to the ground with fresh blood flowing out in streams. As the human commoners saw these saint powerhouses die so violently and look so pathetic after death, they began to cheer out loud. Even shy young girls no longer feared these miserable corpses. Seeing this, Lin Ming smiled from his heart. He slowly flew into the skies. New Ming Planet still had several thousand saint minions here, and he wanted to purge all of them from this planet, to return an easy and comfortable life to the people of New Ming Planet. As Lin Ming flew away, many people fell to their knees in worship. Their faces were filled with admiration as sweet words of praise gushed out from their lips. They knelt on the ground for a long time without rising back up. A young 11 to 12-year-old child pulled at his father's hem and said with some hesitation, "Father, that brave and amazing big brother just now, does he look a bit like this statue?" The young and naive voice was especially crisp in the quiet square. As the people heard it, they were left in a daze. Look like. It didn't feel like it, but for some unknown reason, the man actually did bear an amazing likeness. Everyone glanced at each other, unable to find the words to express themselves. But, no matter who that black-clothed man was, there was one thing they were sure of: the endless night had finally passed. That single ray of light that illuminated the way forwards had begun to grow into a bright and dazzling dawn. In the quiet square, some people began to cry. A young girl in rags was too excited. She couldn't contain her emotions as great drops of tears fell down her cheeks. Finally, she fell onto the floor, her face covered with her hands as she wept away all her bitterness. Husbands and wives held each other, their tears freely flowing. Even as they wiped away their tears, more fell down to replace them. A man gripped his fists and roared into the heavens. On this day, throughout New Ming Planet, there were crowds of people who lost their composure. They ran through the streets cheering, telling everyone that the powerhouses of humanity had returned. They had endured so many trials and tribulations, and now those times were coming to an end. Tears recklessly flowed down. Shouts and screams filled the skies. After having experienced true tribulations and death, and now facing sudden freedom and victory, there was no one that was able to maintain their calm. In particular, when people looked up and saw the heavenly palace that represented the might of the saints being destroyed, all of them exploded in shouts like volcanoes that finally erupted after being suppressed for too long. "Humanity forever," someone shouted out. More and more people chanted this phrase until it became a tide that rushed through all 100,000 cities of New Ming Planet, their voices echoing into the horizon. At this moment, everyone's hearts were connected as one. And in the joyous crowd, no one noticed a beggar-like woman hurriedly rushing into an alley as she saw this scene. She entered a shabby and unremarkable room. Then, she opened a hidden concealing array formation there, revealing a hidden chamber. Within this chamber, she placed a jade slip onto the center of a sound transmission array formation. As she did this, her heartbeat accelerated and her face flushed red. It was clear she was shivering from excitement. She had to report everything that happened on New Ming Planet, including the image of that mysterious black-clothed man, to Xiao Moxian. This woman was the informant Xiao Moxian had left on New Ming Planet. She believed that the sudden appearance of this mysterious powerhouse would truly leave Empyrean Demon Fairy delighted. Chapter 2040 Voice. Chapter 2040 Voice. Within a dark nebula of the Hidden Dragon Galaxy, Xiao Moxian stood before a bronze mirror, quietly tidying her military garb. At this time, the door to her room was pushed open and a red-dressed woman walked in, speaking in a soft voice. "Little sister Xiana." Xiao Moxian turned and saw that the woman who came in was Mu Chenyu. Xiao Moxian pressed her lips together as if she wanted to say something. But in the end, she couldn't find just where to start. She silently turned back and started to comb her long hair. "Have you decided that you will go to New Ming Planet?" Mu Chenyu asked, her mood complex. Her voice was filled with sadness. In these past years it had always been Xiao Moxian taking the burden for those around her. Ever since the news of Lin Ming's death, she had carried far too many things on her shoulders. Xiao Moxian bitterly shook her head. Although it is said to be returning to New Ming Planet, the truth is that this will be a final showdown with the Good Fortune Saint Sun. When we go to New Ming Planet and cross the space blockade, the Good Fortune Saint Sun will sense it. He will surely be waiting nearby in ambush. With the avatar of famine on his side, he will be much faster than we are. It will inevitably devolve into a life or death slaughter. We will not be able to reach New Ming Planet. Xiao Moxian was well aware of what plot the Good Fortune Saint Sun was planning. In fact, this couldn't be called any plot at all, but a clumsy means to force her out of hiding. But this clumsy method was one that Xiao Moxian was unable to ignore. Even if she turned a blind eye to her own people, her battle with the Good Fortune Saint Sun was inevitable. Since that was the case, she might as well launch an attack on her own initiative. To die proudly and heroically in battle would be better than being slowly searched for and hunted down like some prey. In this final battle, blood was sure to stain the starry space. To her, the best result she could think of was sacrificing herself and heavily wounding the Good Fortune Saint Sun, so that her followers would have a chance to escape. The atmosphere in the room became heavy and solemn. Mu Chenyu picked up and separated Xiao Moxian's long black hair, slowly combing it. Her movements were slow and meticulous. During these past years, Mu Chenyu had helped Xiao Moxian comb her hair more than once. She truly did cherish and love Xiao Moxian. Ever since Mo Eversnow left, it had been Xiao Moxian who kept everything together. But because of the limit of her strength, there was actually very little that Mu Chenyu could help Xiao Moxian with. "Big sister, you cannot go. Stay here with big sister Xingxuan. After our battle with the Good Fortune Saint Sun, no matter what the result is, he will not continue searching through this nebula." As Xiao Moxian spoke, Mu Chenyu's hand suddenly froze. Mu Chenyu bit her lips, not knowing what to say. She didn't want to stay, but what could she change if she went? She would only die in vain, and if she were to fall into the hands of the Good Fortune Saint Sun, the consequences would be unimaginable. If something occurred that she couldn't revert, even if she died she wouldn't have the face to see Lin Ming. Xiao Moxian had already guessed Mu Chenyu's thoughts. She held on to Mu Chenyu's hand and brightly smiled, and there were actually innumerable meanings contained in this smile. Mu Chenyu couldn't help it as tears began freely flowing down her cheeks. Perhaps this might be the last time she would be able to help Xiao Moxian comb her hair. When everything was finished, Xiao Moxian and Lin Ming would still need someone to worship and clean their spirit tablets. Mu Chenyu covered her mouth, her tears quietly falling. And at this time, Lin Huang pushed open the door and stepped in. "Mother, Auntie Mu." Mu Chenyu quickly dried her tears. "Ah, Huanga came too." Millimeter. Seeing Mu Chenyu's wet face, Lin Huang could approximately guess what had just happened. But he didn't speak of it. In these past years Lin Huang had already broken into the half-step Empyrean realm. Skyrend Godlord's original advice had been for Lin Huang not to be hasty in reaching this boundary. However, because the saints invaded the wild universe, Lin Huang had no time to wait. He broke into the half-step Empyrean realm about 500 years ahead of time, but even if he did so he still wasn't able to change anything. He possessed an Empyrean-level combat strength, and even amongst Empyreans he wasn't considered weak. But if he were to face the good fortune Saint Sun, it would be like a little white rock facing off against the bright moon. The disparity was too great. With the avatar of famine on his side, the good fortune Saint Sun was far, far too strong to the point that no human alive besides Empyrean Divine Dream could battle him. Even Emperor Sokia was not his match. "Huanga, what matter are you looking for me about?" Xiao Moxian noticed Lin Huang holding a sound transmission array disc in his hands. This was naturally information that he had just received. Towards this, Xiao Moxian was already numb. What news could be worse than the present situation? There seems to have been an emergency development. This is urgent news sent from New Ming Planet. As Lin Huang spoke, he set the array disc on the table. After placing a violet sun crystal within it, a projection shot out from the array disc. This projection was a bit confusing and chaotic at the start. There were great crowds of excited people eating food in joy and revelry. These grains that martial artists wouldn't take a liking to were actually the most treasured delicacies to mortals. Seeing this, Xiao Moxian and Mu Qianyu were stunned. These projections were all scenes of the people of New Ming Planet cheering. The originally suffering and starving citizens were actually beating the saints and oppressing them. They even saw someone dead on the ground, submerged in spit and phlegm. This person was someone that had been previously reported about, Empyrean Evernight, New Ming Planet's ruler. This is... Xiao Moxian's face was filled with disbelief. An Empyrean actually ended up in such a miserable fate where they drowned to death in the spit of common mortals? Xiao Moxian's first thought was that Emperor Sokia or Empyrean Divine Dream had done this. But soon, the explanation in the reported refuted her eyes. According to Xiao Moxian's informant, the one who saved New Ming Planet was a man of mysterious origins who had never been seen before. He wore black clothes and grasped a spear in his hands. He was proud and tall, his strength terrifying. The battle array disc also held a glimpse of this man. The black-clothed man wielded a black spear. As he ruined the Saint Palaces atop New Ming Planet and the statues of the good fortune Saint Sun, he did it as easily as kicking down sand sculptures. And as Xiao Moxian saw this man's figure, her eyes could no longer move from him. "Freeze it!" Xiao Moxian nearly cried out loud, her voice filled with excitement. Lin Huang was bewildered. His mother rarely lost her composure like this. "What is it?" Lin Huang was unsure of what was happening, but he still paused the battle array disc. The images recorded in the array disc weren't too clear. This was because the distance was too great. It only recorded half of the black-clothed man's blurry face, and because the speed of the spear was too fast, it was impossible to clearly see. For this sort of image-capturing array formation, recording this was already the limit. Xiao Moxian's eyes shined brilliantly as she stared at this man's figure. Mu Qianyu was also dazed. For a time, no one knew what to say. All she felt was her heart rapidly racing, as if she had lost and then found the most important thing in her life. This demeanor, that aura, that sweeping black spear, all of it was an eternal mark that fell onto her heart. Even through the river of time, even through the changed appearance, there were many things carved into the bone that couldn't be changed. Xiao Moxian and Mu Qianyu looked at each other. In truth, they couldn't be sure of what they were seeing. However, they had shared a bed with that person, passed nights with that person, had crossed through life or death challenges with that person and had formed a connection of the heart. This was an inexplicable feeling, an intuition that came from the depths of one's heart. However, in this environment of despair, underneath the strong feelings of longing, this touch of intuition was more than enough to leave Xiao Moxian and Mu Qianyu incomparably excited. "Go and call your Auntie Qin over," Xiao Moxian said, her voice shaking. Lin Huang nodded. A moment later, Qin Xingxuan appeared in Xiao Moxian's room. She had brought Lin Ming's little sister Lin Xiaoge with her. What is it? Qin Xingxuan and Lin Xiaoge looked towards the projection of the array disc. As they saw the black-clothed man wielding a spear, a trace of confusion appeared in the eyes of the two women. He is. Qin Xingxuan gently covered her mouth. Let's wait a moment before we speak about it. Xiao Moxian took a deep breath and calmed her mind. She untied the band around her neck and took out an ancient and simple necklace. This necklace was the 1,000-mile heart link. This was also the last time the 1,000-mile heart link could be used. This necklace had Lin Ming's soul mark recorded within. If Xiao Moxian activated the array formation within the necklace, she could use it to search for Lin Ming. As long as they existed in the same world, she could use it to contact Lin Ming. Of course, this was only true if Lin Ming was alive. Seeing the 1,000-mile heart link, Mu Qianyu held her breath. She was afraid that everything occurring was an illusion. They only had a single chance. She didn't want her hopes to be dashed away, she would rather die. Seeing the 1,000-mile heart link, Lin Huang's dry lips twitched. He certainly knew what the function of the 1,000-mile heart link was. For all the years he knew her, his mother had taken this necklace as her life's most precious treasure. When he thought about the response that his mother and Auntie Mu had, could it possibly be? As Lin Huang realized this impossible possibility, his heart began to speed up. At the same time, similar reactions occurred with Qin Xingxuan and Lin Xiaoge. Xiao Moxian's shivering fingers laid the 1,000-mile heart link down on the obsidian tabletop. Her movements were slow, as if she were afraid that any sudden actions would wake her from this dream. Xiao Moxian carefully injected her energy into the 1,000-mile heart link. The candlelight in the room gently swayed, the light dim. In this environment, the 1,000-mile heart link flashed with a faint light. The 1,000-mile heart link recorded both Xiao Moxian and Lin Ming's spirit marks. Only Xiao Moxian could activate it. At this time, Xiao Moxian's heart was caught in her throat. She was afraid that this was all an illusion. She was afraid that the 1,000-mile heart link's array formation would suddenly break down. She was afraid of any possible accident. As everyone's hearts were gripped, approaching despair, that simple necklace began to gently and slowly, as if it was just now awakening from a dream that had lasted for almost 7,000 years, start to emit a vague and long-lost voice. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.